Welcome, wanderer of forgotten realms, to a journey through the ancient halls of Candlekeep, where destiny first stirred within an orphaned soul beneath the weight of countless tomes and whispered secrets. Tonight, we shall trace the path from innocent ward to legendary hero, from sheltered scholar to child of divine blood, as the shadows of Baal lengthen across the Sword Coast and the echoes of murder sing through mortal veins. Close your eyes, seeker of tales, and let these chronicles of discovery and darkness carry you into peaceful slumber, where the turning pages of fate rustle like autumn leaves in the wind of dreams. In the beginning, when the world was younger and the gods still walked openly among mortals, there stood upon the cliffs that rise majestically from the Sword Coast a fortress unlike any other in the known realms. This was Candlekeep, the great citadel of knowledge, its imposing walls hewn from living stone and carved with protective runes that had weathered 10,000 storms without yielding so much as a single character to the ravages of time and salt spray. Here, within these hallowed halls of learning, the finest and most comprehensive collection of writings on the face of Faerun had been gathered across the centuries by scholars whose dedication to wisdom transcended the petty concerns of kings and the temporary ambitions of empire builders. The fortress itself was a marvel of both architectural achievement and mystical protection, its towers reaching toward the heavens like fingers grasping for divine inspiration, while its foundations delved deep into the bedrock of ages past. The outer walls rose smooth and unscalable, broken only by the great iron portcullis that served as the sole entrance to this sanctuary of knowledge, a barrier that remained closed to all save those who could offer tribute in the form of previously unknown texts or information of sufficient rarity to warrant admission to the inner sanctums. Within these austere walls lived the Avowed, those devoted servants of Ogma the Binder, who had pledged their lives to the preservation and study of knowledge in all its myriad forms. They moved through the corridors like living extensions of the library itself, their robes rustling softly against stone floors worn smooth by countless generations of scholarly feet, their eyes bright with the reflected wisdom of ages spent in contemplation of mysteries both mundane and cosmic. These were men and women who had chosen understanding over gold, wisdom over worldly power, and in their chosen exile from the concerns of the outside world, they had found a peace that eluded those who sought fulfillment in conquest or commerce. Yet among all the residents of this citadel of learning, none had lived a life more sheltered or more mysterious than the young ward known simply by the name given in childhood, raised from earliest memory within these protective walls, under the careful guidance of the sage Gorian. For 20 years, this foundling had known no other world than the endless corridors lined with ancient texts, the quiet chambers where scribes labored over illuminated manuscripts, and the great halls where the accumulated wisdom of civilizations gathered dust in perfect, reverent silence. Gorian himself was a figure of considerable mystery, even among the naturally secretive Avowed, a man whose silver hair and lined face spoke of years beyond easy counting, yet whose eyes retained the vital spark of someone who had witnessed wonders that would drive lesser minds to madness or despair. His knowledge encompassed not merely the scholarly pursuits that occupied most of his brethren, but extended into realms of arcane practice and ancient history that few dared explore, making him both a respected teacher and a somewhat fearsome presence among those who knew the true extent of his capabilities. The relationship between the sage and his ward had been that of father and child in all but blood, built upon a foundation of genuine affection tempered by the older man's deep understanding of responsibilities that the younger could not yet comprehend. Through patient instruction and countless hours spent in the great library, Gorian had shaped a mind capable of grasping complex concepts while nurturing a character grounded in compassion and justice, though always with the careful restraint of one who knew that too much knowledge too quickly could prove as dangerous as ignorance. The ward's education had encompassed the traditional scholarly pursuits of rhetoric and philosophy, mathematics, and natural science, yet it had also included more practical matters that seemed oddly specific for one destined for a life of contemplation. Lessons in swordplay and tactics, instruction in the identification of poisons and the recognition of hostile magic, training in languages both common and obscure, all suggested preparations for a life very different from the cloistered existence of the typical Avowed. Yet perhaps most remarkably, throughout these 20 years of careful tutelage and gradual development, one crucial piece of information had been consistently withheld from the ward's growing understanding of the world and his place within it. The question of true parentage remained unanswered, despite countless gentle inquiries, dismissed with vague references to tragic circumstances and the kindness of strangers, as if Gorian feared that knowledge of the truth might somehow poison the careful work of decades spent in shaping character and conscience. The other inhabitants of Candlekeep had grown accustomed to the presence of this unusual ward, accepting his existence as simply another of the mysteries that surrounded their scholarly community. Some whispered among themselves about the circumstances of his arrival, the late-night meeting between Gorian and the Keeper of the Tomes, the hushed conversations that ended abruptly when others approached, but such speculation was discouraged by the general atmosphere of discretion that governed all aspects of life within the fortress walls. The years passed in a rhythm as regular and predictable as the turning of seasons. Each day, beginning with the morning bells that called the Avowed to their devotions, and ending with the evening prayers that marked another day's accumulation of knowledge and understanding. The ward's life followed this same pattern of contemplation and study, broken only by the occasional excitement of a new manuscript arriving from distant lands, or the rare visit from some scholar bearing news of discoveries made in far-off libraries and forgotten archives. Yet as the 20th year of this sheltered existence drew toward its close, a change began to manifest in the demeanor of the sage who had served as both father and teacher for so long. Gorian, whose manner had always been marked by a calm certainty that seemed to flow from deep wells of wisdom and experience, began to show signs of an anxiety that grew more pronounced with each passing day. He would be found staring out from the high windows of his study, his eyes fixed not on the familiar sight of the library's interior courtyard, but on the distant horizon where the Sword Coast stretched away toward lands that held secrets and dangers unknown to his peaceful ward. The conversations between teacher and student, once filled with discussions of philosophy and history, began to take on undertones of urgency that were difficult to ignore. Gorian would speak of the importance of moral courage in the face of adversity, of the necessity of making difficult choices when the safety of innocence hung in the balance, of the weight of responsibility that must sometimes be borne by those who had never asked for such burdens. These were not the abstract ethical discussions that had characterized earlier years, but seemed rather to be preparation for challenges that the sage believed to be approaching with the inevitability of storm clouds gathering on a distant horizon. The ward's attempts to draw forth the source of his foster father's growing unease met with gentle deflection and reassurances that carried little conviction, as if Gorian struggled with the desire to share his burdens, while recognizing that such knowledge might bring more harm than comfort. The older man's restlessness became increasingly difficult to conceal, manifesting in forgotten meals, sleepless nights spent pacing the corridors, and a tendency to break off conversations mid-sentence when they touched upon subjects that seemed to cause him particular distress. It was during this period of growing tension that the first truly unusual events began to unfold within the normally peaceful confines of Candlekeep. Strangers appeared at the gates with increasing frequency. Men whose faces bore the hard lines of those accustomed to violence, rather than the soft features typical of scholars and scribes. These visitors were turned away according to the fortress's strict policies regarding admission, yet their very presence suggested that the outside world's attention had somehow been drawn to the ancient citadel in ways that boded ill for its traditional isolation from worldly concerns. The Avowed began to speak in whispers of dreams that came with unusual vividness, visions of blood and shadow that seemed to emanate from some source within their own walls rather than arriving from the distant troubles that occasionally reached them through travelers' tales. The great library itself seemed to reflect the growing unease, with books falling open to pages that spoke of ancient prophecies and forgotten bloodlines, as if the accumulated knowledge of ages had begun to stir in response to some approaching fulfillment of long-dormant predictions. Then came the morning when everything changed, when the careful routine of 20 years was shattered by Gorian's unprecedented interruption of his ward's daily chores. The sage appeared in the doorway of the scriptorium, where manuscript copying had been proceeding according to its usual methodical pace, his face bearing an expression of grim determination that brooked no argument or delay. The words he spoke carried the weight of finality, the tone of one who had wrestled long with a difficult decision and had finally committed himself to a course of action that could not be undone. The instructions were simple yet shocking in their implications. Gather what possessions might be needed for travel. Purchase whatever gear could be afforded with the modest purse of gold that Gorian pressed into suddenly trembling hands. Prepare for departure from the only home that had ever been known. No explanation was offered for this sudden upheaval. No reasoning provided for the abandonment of everything familiar and safe. Only the quiet assurance that such measures had become necessary, and that trust in the wisdom of one who had never given cause for doubt must suffice as justification for actions that seemed to make no sense. The Candlekeep Inn, that strange commercial establishment that existed within the fortress walls to serve the needs of visiting scholars and the occasional merchant who could meet the Citadel's demanding entry requirements, became the destination for this hurried preparation. Here, among the modest selection of arms and equipment maintained for those whose studies might take them into the dangerous lands beyond the protective walls, the ward was instructed to make ready for a journey whose purpose remained as mysterious as its destination. The process of selecting gear for unknown challenges proved both overwhelming and strangely exhilarating, offering the first real taste of independence, while simultaneously emphasizing the magnitude of the changes that were suddenly reshaping a previously predictable existence. Each piece of equipment purchased represented a step away from the scholarly life that had been the only reality known, towards something that promised both adventure and peril in measures that could not be calculated in advance. The atmosphere within Candlekeep during these final hours was charged with a tension that seemed to affect everyone within the fortress walls, as if the very stones themselves had become aware that momentous events were unfolding within their ancient embrace. The Avowed went about their duties with unusual haste, their conversations conducted in whispers that ceased abruptly when others approached, their eyes following the ward's movements with expressions that mixed concern, curiosity, and something that might have been pity for one whose sheltered existence was about to end so abruptly. Yet even as the preparations for departure continued according to Gorian's urgent instructions, other forces were already moving within the supposedly secure confines of the Great Library. In two specific buildings within the complex, death waited in the shadows, taking the form of assassins whose presence within these sacred halls represented a violation of everything that Candlekeep had stood for across the centuries. These were professional killers who had somehow penetrated the Citadel's legendary defenses. their purpose as clear as their methods were ruthless, the elimination of one whose only crime had been to grow to adulthood within the protection of scholarly walls. The attacks, when they came, were swift and decisive, displaying a skill and determination that spoke of careful planning and substantial resources deployed in service of goals that remained completely obscure to their intended victim. Only quick reflexes and perhaps divine providence prevented these initial assassination attempts from succeeding, leaving behind only bodies as evidence that the peaceful world of Candlekeep had been irrevocably shattered by forces from the violent realm beyond its walls. The implications of these attacks could not be ignored or rationalized away as isolated incidents of violence that sometimes intruded even into the most protected sanctuaries. Someone with considerable resources and influence had identified the ward as a target worth killing, had penetrated the defenses of one of the most secure locations in the known world, and had committed murder within walls that had remained inviolate for countless generations. The message was clear. Nowhere would be safe so long as unknown enemies continued their pursuit, and the only hope for survival lay in flight from the sheltered existence that had provided protection for 20 years. It was in this atmosphere of growing danger and mounting urgency that the final conversation between teacher and student took place, conducted in the shadow of the great library that had been both home and school for 2 decades. Gorian's manner had acquired a gravity that went beyond his usual scholarly seriousness, reflecting the weight of decisions that would determine not only his own fate but that of the young person whose welfare had been his primary concern for so many years. The destination he named was the Friendly Armin, an establishment that lay several days' journey to the south along the trade routes that connected the great cities of the Sword Coast. There, he explained, allies waited who could provide aid and guidance should the journey separate teacher from student, friends whose loyalty and capability had been tested in circumstances that he chose not to elaborate upon. The names he spoke, Jahera and Khalid, carried no immediate recognition, yet they were offered with a confidence that suggested bonds forged in adversity and tempered by mutual respect and shared purpose. The final preparations were completed in an atmosphere of barely controlled urgency, with Gorian's anxiety communicating itself to his ward through glances that lingered too long and instructions repeated with unnecessary emphasis. The sage's usual calm efficiency had been replaced by the nervous energy of one who knew that crucial details might determine the difference between success and failure, yet who also understood that too much explanation might prove more dangerous than helpful if circumstances went awry during the journey ahead. As the great gates of Candlekeep began to swing open for the first time in the ward's living memory, revealing the road that led away from safety toward the unknown perils of the wider world, both teacher and student stood poised at the threshold between their old life and whatever destiny awaited beyond the familiar walls. The fortress that had been home, sanctuary, and entire universe was about to become merely a memory, a foundation upon which something entirely new would be built through trials and revelations that neither could fully anticipate. The moment of departure carried with it the weight of finality, the recognition that crossing this threshold would mark the end of innocence and the beginning of a journey that would test every lesson learned and every value instilled during 20 years of careful preparation. Behind them lay the security of known routines and predictable challenges, while ahead stretched the uncertainty of a world where knowledge gained from books would be tested against realities that no amount of scholarly study could fully prepare one to face. The morning that followed the departure from Candlekeep dawned grey and cold, with mist rising from the ground, like the breath of restless spirits disturbed by the passage of travellers whose journey had begun under such ominous circumstances. The road stretched ahead through rolling countryside that should have seemed welcoming to one experiencing freedom for the first time. Yet every shadow held potential menace, and every distant sound might herald the approach of enemies whose purposes remained as mysterious as their identities. The hours immediately following their exit from the great fortress had passed in relative silence, with Gorian maintaining a pace that spoke of urgent purpose, while his ward struggled to process the magnitude of the changes that had transformed a predictable existence into something fraught with unknown perils. The familiar weight of scholarly robes had been replaced by the unfamiliar burden of traveling gear, while hands more accustomed to turning pages now gripped weapons whose use had been theoretical knowledge until this moment of sudden necessity. It was as they crested a low hill that offered a commanding view of the road ahead that Gorian first spoke of the contingency plans that wise travelers always maintained when venturing into lands where safety could never be guaranteed. His voice carried the measured tones of one imparting crucial information, yet beneath the surface, calm lay currents of anxiety that suggested these preparations were more than mere precautions against ordinary highway dangers. The destination he named was the Friendly Arm Inn, an establishment whose reputation for hospitality had made it a welcome sight to countless travelers over the years, yet which would serve a more specific purpose in their current circumstances. There, should events separate them during the journey, refuge could be found with two individuals, whose names he spoke with a reverence that suggested bonds forged in extraordinary circumstances and tempered by shared trials that he chose not to elaborate upon. Jaheira and Khalid, he explained, were more than mere acquaintances or casual allies, but rather companions whose loyalty had been tested in situations where trust meant the difference between life and death. The druid and her husband possessed capabilities that complemented each other in ways that made them formidable protectors, while their commitment to causes greater than personal advancement had earned them the respect of those who valued principle over profit in a world where such dedication was increasingly rare. The instructions Gorian provided were delivered with the careful precision of one who understood that details which seemed minor in peaceful circumstances could prove crucial when events moved beyond anyone's ability to control or predict their outcomes. The location of the inn, the proper responses to certain questions that might be asked, the recognition phrases that would identify friend from foe in situations where appearances could be deceiving, all were imparted with an urgency that suggested their importance extended far beyond normal travel precautions. Yet even as these practical matters were being addressed, both teacher and student were aware of the emotional weight carried by such preparations, the implicit acknowledgement that their 20-year relationship might be about to face its greatest test. The possibility of separation, whether temporary or permanent, hung between them like a shadow cast by circumstances neither had chosen, but both must now confront with whatever courage and wisdom their shared years had developed. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps, multiple sets moving with the coordinated rhythm of those accustomed to traveling together in potentially dangerous territory. The figures that emerged from the evening mist were armed and armored in ways that immediately marked them as something other than common bandits or desperate refugees, their equipment bearing the quality and uniformity that suggested organization and substantial resources behind their mission. The leader of this group was a figure whose very presence seemed to darken the air around him, his massive frame encased in armor that reflected no light despite the polished perfection of its surface. The helmet that concealed his features bore decorative elements that spoke of rank and authority within whatever organization had dispatched him to this remote stretch of road, while the weapon at his side was crafted with a skill that marked it as the tool of a professional warrior rather than a common brigand. The words that this armored figure spoke carried the weight of certainty, the tone of one accustomed to having his demands met without argument or delay. He had come, he announced, for the ward that Gorian had protected for 20 years, though the reasons for this interest remained as opaque as the motivations that had driven assassins to violate the sanctity of Candlekeep itself. The demand was simple yet absolute. Surrender the young person whose only crime had been to grow to adulthood under the protection of scholarly walls. Gorian's response revealed the depth of his commitment to his ward's welfare and the extent of his own capabilities when circumstances demanded action rather than contemplation. The sage, who had spent decades immersed in books and philosophical discussions, proved to possess combat skills that few among the Avowed could match. His mastery of both blade and spell, speaking of training and experience that went far beyond the peaceful pursuits that had characterized his public life within Candlekeep's walls. The battle that followed was brief but devastating, showcasing the collision between two very different approaches to the application of power and the resolution of conflicts. The attackers relied upon numbers, superior equipment, and the tactical coordination that marked them as professional soldiers, accustomed to overwhelming their opponents through the systematic application of overwhelming force. Gorian countered with a combination of martial skill and arcane knowledge that transformed the roadside encounter into a display of capabilities that few could have predicted from his scholarly demeanor. The magic that flowed from the sage's hands carried the authority of one who had studied the deeper mysteries of the art, weaving patterns of force and energy that struck down multiple opponents while simultaneously protecting his ward from the worst effects of the melee that raged around them. Lightning crackled between his fingers, while protective barriers deflected the weapons of those who sought to close with him, demonstrating a mastery that came only from years of dedicated study combined with practical experience in situations where theoretical knowledge must be transformed into life-preserving action. Yet for all his skill and determination, Gorian faced odds that would have challenged even the most accomplished warrior mage. Outnumbered by enemies whose own capabilities had been honed through countless battles, and whose commitment to their mission allowed no consideration of personal survival, the tide of combat began to turn as the attackers adapted their tactics to account for their opponent's magical abilities, pressing their assault with the relentless determination of those who understood that failure would carry consequences far worse than death. The armored leader proved to be more than merely the commander of this expedition, revealing combat skills that marked him as a warrior of exceptional ability whose own powers seemed to draw upon sources that normal mortals could not access. His blade moved with a speed and precision that defied the limitations usually imposed by the weight of heavy armor, while his tactical awareness allowed him to coordinate his followers' attacks in ways that gradually overwhelmed even Gorian's formidable defenses. The sage's final moments were marked by an act of sacrifice that demonstrated the depth of his love for the ward he had raised as his own child, using the last of his strength to create an opening through which escape might be possible rather than attempting to preserve his own life. The magical energies he unleashed in this final effort struck down several more of his attackers, while simultaneously creating enough chaos and confusion to mask the flight of one whose survival had become more important than victory in a battle that could no longer be won. The words that Gorian spoke as consciousness faded carried both instruction and blessing, a final gift from teacher to student that conveyed decades of accumulated wisdom in the space of a few precious seconds. The importance of reaching the friendly arm-in, the names of those who could provide aid and guidance, the assurance that this sacrifice was not made in vain, but rather represented the fulfillment of responsibilities that had shaped every aspect of their relationship. All were compressed into a farewell that carried the weight of paternal love and the hope that the lessons of 20 years would prove sufficient for the challenges ahead. The attackers' departure was as sudden as their arrival. their mission apparently incomplete despite the victory they had achieved through overwhelming numbers and superior coordination. The armored leader's final words suggested that this encounter was merely the beginning of a larger campaign, that other opportunities would arise to achieve objectives that remained as mysterious as the identity of those who had dispatched such formidable forces to this remote location. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of wind through the grass and the distant calls of night birds beginning their evening songs, nature's rhythms continuing unchanged, despite the human tragedy that had just unfolded on this unremarkable stretch of road. The mist that had provided concealment for the attackers now served to shroud the aftermath of their violence, lending an ethereal quality to a scene that would be remembered with crystal clarity for all the years to come. Consciousness returned slowly, accompanied by the cruel realization that the previous night's horrors had not been merely a nightmare brought on by the stress of departure and the anxiety of unknown dangers ahead. The evidence of battle lay scattered across the roadside, while the absence of the one who had provided protection and guidance for 20 years created a void that seemed to encompass far more than the simple fact of physical death. The body of Gorian lay where it had fallen, his robes torn and stained, but his face bearing an expression of peace that suggested his final moments had been marked by the knowledge that his sacrifice had achieved its intended purpose. The hands that had turned countless pages and shaped a young mind through patient instruction were still now, their work completed in ways that neither teacher nor student could have anticipated when their final conversation had taken place within the familiar walls of Candlekeep. The letter that was discovered among Gorian's possessions provided the first tangible clue to the forces that had orchestrated this tragedy. Yet its contents raised more questions than they answered. The signature that marked its conclusion was nothing more than a single letter, the initial of someone whose identity remained as mysterious as their motivations. While the text itself spoke in generalities that could be interpreted in multiple ways depending upon the reader's understanding of the larger context, the cryptic references to powers that had decided to allow events to unfold according to their natural course suggested the existence of forces operating on scales that dwarfed individual concerns, treating the lives and deaths of ordinary mortals as merely components in calculations that encompassed objectives far beyond the comprehension of those affected by their decisions. The warning that had prompted Gorian's urgent departure from Candlekeep had apparently come from someone with knowledge of these larger patterns, yet even this advance notice had proved insufficient to prevent the tragedy that had claimed the life of one of the most accomplished scholars of his generation. It was in this state of grief and confusion that the first companion of the journey appeared, emerging from concealment with a combination of relief and sorrow that spoke of deep affection for both the living and the dead. Imoen's presence provided the first comfort available in circumstances that seemed to offer no hope of understanding or relief, her familiar face a reminder that some connections transcended even the tragedy that had just unfolded. The childhood friend who had shared so many years within Candlekeep's protective walls had followed the urgent departure against all instructions and conventional wisdom, driven by bonds of loyalty and affection that made the prospect of abandonment unthinkable. Her own escape from the fortress had been accomplished through a combination of stealth and determination that demonstrated capabilities which had remained hidden during their sheltered years, revealing resources that might prove crucial in the challenges that lay ahead. The account she provided of Gorian's final battle confirmed the courage and skill that had been displayed in those last desperate moments, while her witness to the attacker's retreat offered hope that the pursuit might have ended with the sage's death rather than continuing until his ward had been captured or killed. Yet her description of the armored leader's parting words suggested that this encounter represented merely the opening gambit in a larger campaign whose ultimate objectives remained as mysterious as the identity of those who had set these events in motion. The decision to continue toward the Friendly Arm Inn was driven as much by the absence of alternatives as by faith in Gorian's final instructions, yet it represented the first independent choice made by one whose life had been shaped by the guidance and protection of others for 20 years. The road that stretched ahead offered no guarantees of safety or success, yet it provided the only path available to someone who had suddenly discovered that survival depended upon resources and capabilities that had never been tested under circumstances where failure meant death. The first night alone was marked by dreams that carried unusual vividness and emotional resonance. Visions that seemed to originate from sources beyond normal sleep-induced fantasies. The imagery that filled these nocturnal experiences spoke of ancient powers and forgotten bloodlines, of connections that transcended the normal boundaries between mortal existence and divine influence, suggesting that the recent tragedy might be connected to forces that operated according to principles far removed from ordinary human understanding. The conversations with other travelers encountered along the road provided glimpses of the wider world beyond Candlekeep's walls, revealing a realm beset by troubles that ranged from common banditry to more exotic threats that challenged the stability of entire regions. The iron crisis that affected trade routes and mining communities spoke of disruptions that went beyond normal market fluctuations, while the refugees fleeing from conflicts in distant lands suggested that violence and chaos were spreading in patterns that might eventually threaten even the most protected sanctuaries. Among these encounters, none proved more significant than the meeting with Zar and Montaron, two figures whose appearances and manner marked them as representatives of the dangerous world that existed beyond the scholarly pursuits that had dominated life within Candlekeep. The mage and his halfling companion spoke of missions that would take them south to Nashkel, where troubles in the local mines had created opportunities for those willing to risk their lives in pursuit of solutions that more cautious souls preferred to avoid. Their offer of companionship carried obvious risks, as both men displayed the hard edges and calculating manner that marked them as individuals accustomed to violence and comfortable with moral ambiguity. Yet their destination aligned with the general direction that must be traveled to reach the Friendly Arm Inn, while their evident competence in matters of survival and combat offered resources that might prove crucial for travelers whose only protection came from untested weapons and theoretical knowledge of dangerous situations. The decision to accept their company, whether temporary or extended, represented another step away from the innocence and isolation that had characterized the previous 20 years. An acknowledgement that survival in this larger world might require alliances with individuals whose motivations and methods would have been unacceptable within the ethical framework that had governed life among the scholarly community. The pragmatic considerations that drove such choices marked the beginning of a education in moral complexity that no amount of philosophical study could have provided. The journey southward revealed landscapes that differed dramatically from the carefully maintained grounds surrounding Candlekeep, showing the effects of the various troubles that plagued the region, while also demonstrating the resilience of communities that had learned to adapt to circumstances beyond their control. The farming villages and trading posts that dotted the route spoke of lives lived in constant awareness of dangers that could emerge without warning, yet also of the determination that enabled ordinary people to continue their daily routines despite the uncertainty that shadowed their existence. The Friendly Arm Inn, when it finally came into view after days of travel through increasingly dangerous territory, appeared as a welcome sight that promised respite from the constant vigilance required by life on the road. The establishment's reputation for hospitality and security had been earned through years of providing sanctuary for travelers whose journeys took them through regions where other forms of accommodation might prove inadequate or entirely absent. Yet even this haven carried its own perils. as became apparent from the moment of arrival when a figure emerged from the shadows near the entrance with questions that seemed innocent enough on the surface, but carried undertones that suggested purposes beyond mere curiosity about recent arrivals. The man who called himself Tarnish displayed the nervous energy of one operating under pressure while attempting to maintain an appearance of casual interest in the affairs of strangers. The conversation that followed revealed the extent to which the pursuit that had claimed Gorian's life continued to operate according to plans that encompassed multiple contingencies and alternative approaches to achieving objectives that remained frustratingly opaque. The assassin's attack, when it finally came after his questions had failed to elicit the responses he sought, demonstrated both the reach of the forces arrayed against Gorian's ward and their determination to succeed, despite the setbacks they had already suffered. The battle that ensued tested combat skills that had been developed through study rather than experience, forcing theoretical knowledge to be transformed into practical application under circumstances where mistakes would be paid for with blood rather than scholarly embarrassment. The spells and sword work that had seemed adequate during practice sessions within Candlekeep's controlled environment proved barely sufficient against an opponent whose own capabilities had been honed through years of professional violence and whose commitment to his mission allowed no consideration of personal survival. Victory, when it came, carried with it the sobering realization that this encounter represented merely one of what might prove to be many such confrontations, each testing capabilities and resolve while gradually revealing the scope and sophistication of the forces that had marked one innocent ward for death or capture. The resources and coordination required to place assassins at multiple locations suggested an organization with extensive reach and substantial funding, operating according to plans that anticipated various possible courses of action and prepared appropriate responses for each contingency. The entrance to the inn proper provided the first sense of genuine security experienced since leaving Candlekeep, yet it also marked the beginning of a new phase in the journey toward understanding the forces that had so dramatically altered the course of a previously predictable existence. The warmth and light that greeted travelers who had successfully navigated the dangers of the road offered temporary respite from immediate concerns, while also serving as a reminder of what was at stake in the larger conflict that had claimed one mentor and would likely threaten others before its bias. Resolution. The two figures seated in the corner of the common room matched the descriptions that Gorian had provided during those final, precious moments of instruction, their appearances and manner marking them as individuals capable of providing the guidance and protection that would be necessary for the challenges ahead. Jaheira and Khalid represented connections to a larger world of conflict and adventure that extended far beyond the scholarly concerns that had previously defined the boundaries of acceptable risk and appropriate response to threatening circumstances. The greeting they offered carried the weight of genuine sorrow for Gorian's death, combined with determination to honor the obligations that their friendship with the fallen sage had created. Yet it also conveyed the understanding that such responsibilities could be discharged only through the voluntary cooperation of one who had suddenly been thrust into circumstances requiring decisions that would affect not only personal survival but potentially the welfare of many others whose lives had become entangled with forces beyond their control or comprehension. The story they told of their own mission to Nashkel provided the first clear indication of the larger patterns that connected seemingly unrelated troubles throughout the region, suggesting that the Iron Crisis and associated problems might be symptoms of a more comprehensive threat that required investigation and resolution by those willing to risk their lives in pursuit of truth and justice. Their invitation to join this mission offered both purpose and direction to one whose previous existence had been defined by the pursuit of knowledge rather than its practical application in dangerous circumstances. The decision to accept their guidance and companionship marked the final abandonment of the sheltered existence that had been lost with Gorian's death, the formal beginning of a new life that would be shaped by choices and consequences that no amount of scholarly preparation could have anticipated or adequately prepared one to handle. The road that led south toward Nashkel stretched into an uncertain future where every step would carry the potential for discovery, danger, and the gradual revelation of truths that had been hidden behind 20 years of careful protection and deliberate ignorance. As the night deepened and the common room of the friendly Armin settled into the peaceful rhythms that marked the end of another day's travel for countless individuals whose own journeys carried them through landscapes both physical and emotional, three figures sat together, planning their next moves in a game whose rules remained largely unknown, but whose stakes had already proven to be measured in human lives and the fate of entire communities. The ward of Candlekeep was no more, replaced by someone whose identity would be forged through trials that would test every lesson learned and every value instilled during 20 years of careful preparation for a destiny that none could have predicted. The journey southward from the friendly Armin carried the small company of unlikely allies through landscapes that bore witness to the mounting troubles plaguing the entire Sword Coast region, each mile revealing fresh evidence of the crisis that had drawn Jaheira and Khalid from their own pursuits to investigate matters that seemed to grow more complex and dangerous with every passing day. The roads themselves told stories of disrupted commerce and fearful travelers, their surfaces scarred by the passage of heavily armed caravans, whose merchants had learned that normal precautions were no longer sufficient protection against the organized bandits, who had transformed routine trade into a hazardous gamble with stakes measured in blood as well as gold. The first settlements encountered along the route displayed the unmistakable signs of communities under siege, not from conventional military forces, but from the more insidious threat of economic collapse brought on by the systematic disruption of the iron trade that formed the foundation of prosperity throughout the region. Blacksmiths stood idle beside cold forges, their hammers silent for lack of quality metal to shape into the tools and weapons that had sustained their families for generations, while farmers struggled with implements grown brittle and unreliable. As the crisis deepened and replacement parts became impossible to obtain at any price, the town of Berost, which served as a natural way station for travelers making the journey between the northern reaches and the mining communities of the south, presented a particularly stark illustration of how quickly stability could give way to desperation when the fundamental assumptions underlying civilized life were suddenly called into question. The inns and taverns that had once echoed with the cheerful voices of merchants celebrating successful ventures now hosted hushed conversations between worried traders who spoke of routes grown too dangerous to travel and contracts impossible to fulfill as their supplies dwindled to nothing. Yet, it was in these same establishments that the first detailed accounts of the crisis began to emerge from those who had witnessed its effects firsthand, their stories painting a picture of systematic disruption that went far beyond the random acts of banditry that had plagued trade routes since time immemorial. The attacks on caravans carrying iron ore followed patterns that suggested coordination and intelligence gathering on a scale that required resources and organization far exceeding the capabilities of typical highway robbers. While the timing of these strikes indicated knowledge of shipping schedules and route changes that could only have been obtained through extensive networks of informants and spies, the refugees streaming northward from the affected mining regions brought with them tales that grew more disturbing with each telling, speaking of entire communities, abandoned as their economic foundations crumbled and their populations fled in search of opportunities that might still exist in regions where the crisis had not yet taken full hold. These were not merely economic migrants seeking better prospects, but families torn from ancestral homes by circumstances beyond their control or understanding, carrying with them only what they could transport, and leaving behind everything that had given meaning and structure to their previous existence. Among these displaced persons were miners whose knowledge of underground workings and ore extraction techniques made them valuable sources of information about the specific nature of the problems plaguing the southern mines. Yet their accounts raised as many questions as they answered about the true scope and origin of the crisis. The descriptions they provided of tainted ore that crumbled to dust when exposed to air, of equipment that failed without warning despite appearing sound, of workings that had been productive for generations, suddenly yielding nothing but worthless debris, all suggested interference that went beyond natural causes or simple sabotage. The decision to continue southward toward Nashkel, rather than remaining in the relative safety of more northern communities, was driven partly by the mission that Jaheira and Khalid had undertaken on behalf of their own mysterious benefactors, yet it also reflected the growing understanding that the crisis would eventually spread to affect every corner of the region if its source was not identified and eliminated. The Druid's connection to the natural world provided her with insights that conventional observers might miss, while her husband's military experience enabled him to recognize patterns of organized activity that others might dismiss as coincidental misfortune. The countryside through which they traveled bore subtle signs of the disruption that had already begun to affect even areas far from the primary mining regions, with farms showing the effects of tools grown unreliable and agricultural implements that could no longer be properly maintained or replaced. The blackened circles that marked the sites of abandoned campsites spoke of travelers who had learned to avoid established inns and way stations, preferring the risks of sleeping rough to the possibility of encountering enemies who might have infiltrated seemingly safe havens. As they drew closer to Nashkel, the evidence of crisis became more pronounced, and the atmosphere of fear more palpable among those brave or desperate enough to continue traveling the increasingly dangerous roads. The merchants they encountered spoke in whispers of entire trading companies that had simply disappeared while attempting to transport goods through territories that had once been considered safe, while the few surviving caravans bristled with guards whose grim expressions and battle-scarred equipment told their own stories of encounters with forces that showed no mercy to those who stood between them and their mysterious objectives. The town of Nashkel itself, when it finally came into view after days of travel through increasingly desolate countryside, presented a picture of a community struggling to maintain normalcy, despite circumstances that tested every resource and challenged every assumption about the stability of civilized life. The walls that had once served primarily as protection against occasional raids by humanoid tribes now bristled with additional fortifications and defensive positions that spoke of authorities who expected more serious threats than their predecessors had ever been forced to contemplate. The guards at the gates displayed the nervous vigilance of men who had learned that danger could approach from any direction, and in forms that conventional military training had not prepared them to recognize or counter effectively. Their questioning of new arrivals followed procedures that had clearly been developed in response to recent experiences with infiltrators and saboteurs, while their obvious relief at encountering travelers who could provide legitimate explanations for their presence suggested that such encounters had become increasingly rare as the crisis deepened. The streets of the town revealed the effects of prolonged economic stress and mounting anxiety, with shops that had once displayed their wares openly now keeping valuable items secured behind heavy shutters and reinforced doors. The blacksmiths who remained in operation worked exclusively with iron, imported from distant regions, at costs that made their products accessible only to the most desperate customers, while others had simply closed their shops rather than attempt to practice their trade with materials too poor to produce work that met their professional standards. The conversations overheard in taverns and market squares revealed the depth of confusion and fear that gripped the community, with theories about the source of their troubles ranging from the plausible to the fantastic. As residents struggled to find explanations for circumstances that defied conventional understanding, some blamed foreign enemies seeking to weaken the region's defenses, while others spoke of curses or supernatural intervention by powers that held ancient grudges against the prosperity of mining communities that had disturbed too many buried secrets. The meeting with Mayor Baroon Gaskill provided the first official account of the crisis from someone in position to know the full scope of the problems facing the community. Yet even his detailed knowledge raised more questions than it answered about the forces responsible for the systematic destruction of the region's primary industry. The mayor's haggard appearance spoke of sleepless nights spent grappling with challenges that seemed to multiply faster than solutions could be devised, while his obvious desperation suggested that conventional approaches to crisis management had proven inadequate to address threats of this magnitude and sophistication. His account of the situation in the mines revealed a pattern of escalating problems that had begun with seemingly minor irregularities and gradually developed into a complete breakdown of operations that threatened not only the immediate welfare of the mining community, but the economic stability of the entire region. The first signs of trouble had appeared as isolated incidents of equipment failure and worker illness that could be attributed to normal hazards of underground work, yet these problems had multiplied and intensified in ways that suggested systematic rather than random causes. The description he provided of tainted ore that crumbled upon exposure to air challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of mineral deposits and mining techniques that had been successful for generations, while the accounts of strange sounds and unexplained phenomena in the deeper workings suggested that the crisis might have roots in causes that conventional investigation methods would be unable to identify or address. The disappearance of work crews and the discovery of abandoned equipment in areas that should have been safe for experienced miners pointed to threats that went beyond industrial accidents or normal workplace hazards. The decision to investigate the mines directly represented a commitment to discovering truth regardless of the personal risks involved. Yet it also reflected the understanding that surface observations and second-hand accounts would never provide sufficient information to identify the source of problems that seemed to operate according to principles that defied normal explanation. The mayor's obvious relief at finding individuals willing to undertake such a dangerous mission spoke to his own frustration with the limitations imposed by conventional approaches to crisis resolution and his growing desperation for solutions that might require unconventional methods and extraordinary courage. The mine owner's reluctance to permit entry to his workings reflected both legitimate concerns about liability and safety, as well as the deeper anxiety of someone whose life's work had been systematically destroyed by forces beyond his control or understanding. His eventual agreement to allow the investigation proceeded came only after lengthy negotiations that revealed his own theories about the source of the troubles. Theories that ranged from industrial sabotage to supernatural intervention, while acknowledging that none of his explanations adequately accounted for all the observed phenomena. The descent into the mines began with the routine procedures that governed entry to underground workings, yet the atmosphere of tension and barely controlled fear among the guards and surface workers suggested that these familiar rituals had acquired new significance as protective measures against dangers that had proven capable of claiming lives without warning. The equipment check that preceded entry revealed modifications and additions that spoke of hard-learned lessons about the inadequacy of normal safety precautions when facing threats that operated according to unknown principles and pursued objectives that remained frustratingly opaque. The first level of the workings presented a picture of recent abandonment that was all the more unsettling for the evidence it provided of normal activities interrupted without warning or apparent cause. Tools lay scattered where they had been dropped by workers whose hasty departure suggested panic rather than orderly evacuation, while the signs of incomplete tasks spoke of operations that had been proceeding normally until circumstances forced their sudden termination. The silence that filled spaces that should have echoed with the sounds of productive labor carried an oppressive quality that seemed to press against intruders like a physical force, warning them to retreat while they still could. The miners who remained in the upper levels to serve as guides and sources of information displayed the nervous manner of men who had witnessed events that challenged their understanding of the world they thought they knew. Their accounts of strange occurrences and inexplicable phenomena delivered in voices that carried the strain of those who feared being dismissed as victims of underground hallucinations or mining-induced madness. Yet the consistency of their stories and the obvious sincerity of their fear suggested that their experiences, however difficult to believe, represented genuine encounters with forces that conventional wisdom insisted could not exist. The theories they offered to explain the crisis ranged from the mundane to the fantastic, with suggestions of deliberate sabotage competing with speculation about supernatural intervention, and ancient curses disturbed by mining operations that had delved too deeply into regions that should have been left undisturbed. The more experienced miners spoke of changes in the sound and feel of the workings that preceded the appearance of more obvious problems. Subtle alterations in air quality and temperature that experienced underground workers learned to recognize as warning signs of developing hazards. The railcart tracks that provided the most reliable guide through the maze of passages and branching tunnels had been constructed according to engineering principles developed over generations of mining experience, yet their current state of disrepair and the evidence of hasty modifications suggested that even these fundamental elements of mine infrastructure had proven inadequate when confronted with the forces that had transformed productive workings into scenes of abandonment and fear. The second level revealed the first concrete evidence of the organized nature of the threat facing the mining community, with signs of deliberate destruction that went far beyond the random damage that might result from equipment failure or natural disasters. The precision with which certain structures had been demolished while others remained untouched suggested knowledge of mining operations and deliberate selection of targets that would maximize disruption while minimizing the effort required to achieve devastating results. It was here that the first direct encounter with the source of the crisis occurred. As the sounds of approaching footsteps preceded the appearance of figures whose very presence in the abandoned workings confirmed the suspicions that had been growing since the first reports of systematic problems had reached the problem's surface. The kobolds that emerged from the shadows displayed the coordinated behavior and sophisticated equipment that marked them as something far more dangerous than the primitive raiders that mining communities occasionally faced when their activities intruded upon territories claimed by humanoid tribes. The miner whose desperate warning provided the first clear indication of the organized nature of the threat spoke with the voice of one whose sanity had been tested by experiences that challenged every assumption about the nature of underground hazards and the limits of what conventional mining operations might encounter in their pursuit of valuable ores. His references to yipping demons and organized attacks suggested that the crisis had roots in causes that went beyond natural disasters or industrial accidents to encompass deliberate action by intelligences capable of planning, executing complex operations. The battle that followed his warning revealed the extent to which the kobolds had adapted their natural abilities and primitive culture to serve purposes that required coordination and discipline, far beyond what such creatures typically displayed when acting according to their own instincts and immediate needs. Their weapons and armor showed evidence of modification and improvement that spoke of access to resources and technical knowledge that such beings should not have possessed, while their tactical coordination demonstrated training and leadership that could only have been provided by intelligences far superior to their own. The vials of mysterious liquid discovered on the bodies of the fallen kobolds provided the first tangible evidence of the methods being used to create the crisis that had paralyzed the mining industry throughout the region. Yet the nature of the substance and its effects on processed ore raised questions about the source of such specialized knowledge and the purposes that might be served by the systematic destruction of an entire economic sector. The liquid itself defied easy categorization, displaying properties that suggested both alchemical sophistication and understanding of metallurgy that few practitioners in the region possessed, while its effects on iron ore demonstrated capabilities that could transform valuable raw materials into worthless debris with devastating efficiency. The third level of the workings revealed evidence of more extensive occupation by forces that had clearly been operating according to long-term plans rather than opportunistic raiding, with signs of semi-permanent camps and supply caches that spoke of an organized campaign rather than random acts of sabotage or violence. The modifications made to existing passages and the construction of new ones showed engineering knowledge that complemented the chemical expertise demonstrated by the ore-tainting operation, suggesting a conspiracy that drew upon diverse forms of specialized knowledge in service of objectives that remained unclear despite the mounting evidence of their systematic implementation. The fourth level presented a scene of almost total abandonment that was made more ominous by the evidence it provided of hasty evacuation by forces that had been caught by surprise, despite their obvious preparation and organization. The scattered equipment and partially completed fortifications suggested that even the architects of the crisis had been forced to adapt their plans to circumstances beyond their original calculations, while the signs of internal conflict hinted at tensions within the organization that might provide opportunities for those seeking to understand and counter their activities. The great chamber that dominated this level of the workings had clearly been adapted to serve purposes far removed from normal mining operations, its natural features enhanced through construction techniques that transformed underground spaces into something resembling a fortress or command center, rather than simple excavation sites. The artificial lake that filled much of the area spoke of water management capabilities that went beyond the needs of ore processing, while the stone structure that rose from its center suggested ceremonial or administrative functions that mining operations would never require. The approach to this central structure required navigation of both natural hazards and artificial defenses that had been designed to prevent unauthorized access while providing defensive positions for those who controlled the area. Yet the current state of abandonment suggested that these precautions had proven inadequate when faced with circumstances that their designers had not anticipated. The silence that filled spaces which should have bustled with activity carried an oppressive quality that seemed to warn intruders that their presence had not gone unnoticed, despite the apparent absence of defenders. The northern chamber of the complex revealed the first of the two most significant discoveries that would transform understanding of the crisis from vague suspicions of organized sabotage into concrete knowledge of the forces responsible for the systematic destruction of the region's mining industry. The man found imprisoned within this space bore the marks of prolonged captivity, yet retained enough strength and coherence to provide information about the organization and methods of his captors. Information that would prove crucial to understanding the scope and objectives of the conspiracy that had brought economic devastation to entire communities. Zan, for that was the name by which the prisoner identified himself, spoke with the weary resignation of one whose knowledge of his captor's activities had convinced him that escape was impossible and rescue unlikely. Yet his willingness to share what he had learned during his imprisonment provided insights that no amount of surface investigation could have revealed. His account of the organization that had taken control of the mine revealed a hierarchical structure with clear lines of command and communication extending far beyond the immediate area, while his descriptions of the methods used to taint the ore confirmed the sophisticated nature of the sabotage that had brought mining operations to a halt. The smaller chamber to the south housed the second crucial discovery, the confrontation with Mulahey, that would provide the first direct contact with the leadership responsible for coordinating the systematic attack on the region's economic foundation. The half-orc whose presence in the depths of the mine confirmed the suspicions that had been growing since the first encounters with organized kobold forces displayed the calculating intelligence and ruthless determination that marked him as something far more dangerous than a common raider or opportunistic criminal taking advantage of local chaos. The initial conversation with this figure revealed the extent to which the mining operation had been infiltrated and subverted by forces whose objectives went far beyond simple theft or random destruction, with evidence of long-term planning and careful coordination that spoke of resources and organization on a scale that dwarfed anything that local authorities were equipped to handle. His assumption that new arrivals must be agents sent by his superiors suggested communication networks and command structures that extended throughout the region and possibly beyond, while his readiness to discuss operational details indicated confidence that his position was secure, despite the obvious risks of capture or betrayal. The choice between deception and direct confrontation in dealing with this enemy provided the first clear test of the moral principles that would guide responses to the mounting evidence of conspiracy and organized evil. Yet, the practical considerations of gathering intelligence and understanding the full scope of the threat suggested that temporary deception might serve larger purposes of justice and protection for innocent communities. The lies told to gain Mulahey's confidence carried their own moral weight, yet they also provided access to information that could not have been obtained through direct confrontation and that might prove crucial to identifying and eliminating the sources of suffering that had already claimed countless victims. The battle that inevitably followed the breakdown of deception revealed the extent of Mulahey's personal capabilities and the resources at his disposal, demonstrating that the crisis had been orchestrated by individuals whose own power and skill posed direct threats to any who might attempt to interfere with their activities. His mastery of both martial and magical techniques marked him as a formidable opponent whose defeat would require careful coordination and tactical thinking rather than simple applications of superior force, while the defensive positions and loyal followers that supported him showed that his operation had been designed to resist interference from authorities who might eventually penetrate to the heart of his activities. The letters discovered among Mulahey's possessions provided the first documentary evidence of the conspiracy that had brought economic disaster to the mining communities of the South, yet their contents revealed that the problems extended far beyond the immediate area to encompass a region-wide campaign of systematic destruction whose ultimate objectives remained as mysterious as the identity of those who had conceived and implemented such an ambitious undertaking. The correspondence spoke of coordination between multiple groups and individuals whose activities complemented each other in ways that suggested central planning and resource allocation on a scale that challenged assumptions about the nature of criminal organization and the limits of what such criminal groups could accomplish. The names mentioned in these communications, Tazok and the mercenary companies known as the Black Talon and the Chill, provided the first concrete leads for further investigation, while also revealing the extent to which the crisis had been orchestrated through the coordination of diverse criminal enterprises whose normal activities had been redirected toward the systematic disruption of economic stability. The references to caravan raids and supply route interdiction confirmed that the mining sabotage represented only one component of a larger campaign designed to create shortages and panic that might serve purposes that remained unclear, despite the mounting evidence of their devastating effectiveness. The discovery that Mulahey's activities had been constrained by orders that prohibited the killing of miners, despite the obvious tactical advantages that such elimination would have provided, suggested that the conspiracy's objectives included considerations beyond simple destruction or the creation of maximum chaos. The preference for driving workers away rather than eliminating them entirely hinted at longer-term planning that might encompass the eventual resumption of mining operations under different management, while the careful preservation of equipment and infrastructure suggested that the goal was control rather than permanent devastation. The web spell discovered among Mulahey's magical resources provided tangible benefits for those who had risked their lives to penetrate to the heart of the mining conspiracy, yet its value was measured not merely in terms of tactical advantage, but as evidence of the sophisticated preparation and resource allocation that had made such an ambitious undertaking possible. The presence of such powerful magical tools in the possession of what might have been dismissed as a common saboteur confirmed that the forces behind the crisis possessed access to resources and capabilities far beyond what local authorities were equipped to counter through conventional law enforcement methods. The holy symbol that could be recovered from the defeated half-orc served multiple purposes beyond its immediate value as evidence of successful intervention in the conspiracy's operations, providing both a tangible reward for those who had risked their lives to protect innocent communities, and a symbolic reminder that the forces of organized evil could be confronted and defeated by those who possessed sufficient courage and determination to face the dangers involved in opposing their activities. The gratitude expressed by Mayor Garskill upon receiving proof of the mine's liberation reflected the relief of a community that had begun to despair of finding solutions to problems that seemed to grow worse despite every effort to address them through normal channels. The opportunity to rest following the successful conclusion of the mining investigation brought with it the first of the prophetic dreams that would mark the beginning of a new phase in the development of divine heritage and supernatural awareness, visions that transcended normal sleep-induced fantasies to provide glimpses of connections and purposes that operated according to principles far removed from ordinary mortal understanding. The dream of returning to Candlekeep, only to find it barred and sealed against entry, spoke to the impossibility of returning to the innocent ignorance that had characterized life before the crisis began, while Gorian's spectral presence confirmed that the path forward led through challenges that would require resources and capabilities that scholarly preparation alone could never provide. The imagery of paths through darkness that promised easy progress contrasted with more difficult routes that offered genuine advancement, reflected choices that would continue to arise as the investigation of the conspiracy expanded beyond the immediate problem of mining sabotage to encompass the larger network of criminal enterprises and corrupt organizations that had made such systematic destruction possible. The Phantom Mentor's guidance toward the more challenging path carried with it both warning and encouragement, suggesting that true growth required acceptance of difficulties that easier alternatives could never provide. The sinister whisper that followed the dream's conclusion, promising that learning would continue regardless of the choices made or the paths selected, hinted at forces that operated beyond the conscious decisions of those they influenced, suggesting that the heritage of divine blood carried with it compulsions and destinies that could not be escaped through simple acts of will or determination to remain uninvolved in cosmic conflicts. The voice that spoke of learning carried undertones of threat and promise that suggested education would continue, whether its recipient welcomed such knowledge or attempted to reject the implications of their true nature. The special ability gained through this first prophetic dream provided tangible evidence that the experiences of recent days had begun to awaken capabilities that had remained dormant during 20 years of sheltered existence within Candlekeep's protective walls. Yet it also served as a reminder that such gifts came with responsibilities and expectations that might prove far more burdensome than the simple possession of unusual powers would suggest. The capacity to heal wounds through touch represented a connection to divine energy that transcended normal magical training, yet it also marked the beginning of a transformation that would eventually lead far from the simple life of scholarship and contemplation that had once seemed to represent the entirety of possible futures. The evidence gathered from the mining investigation pointed clearly toward the next phase of the search for truth and justice, with the letters found among Mulahey's possessions providing specific leads that could guide further investigation, while also revealing the scope and sophistication of the criminal network that had orchestrated the regional crisis. The names and locations mentioned in these communications offered concrete targets for continued pursuit of those responsible for the suffering that had been inflicted upon innocent communities, while the references to coordinated activities suggested that success in addressing the immediate problem would require confronting the larger organization that had made such systematic destruction possible. The journey that lay ahead promised to lead through territories and situations even more dangerous than those that had been encountered in the depths of the Nashkel mines. Yet the knowledge gained through successful investigation of the sabotage operation provided both confidence in the possibility of achieving justice and understanding of the resources and capabilities that would be required to confront enemies whose own power and organization had already proven capable of bringing economic devastation to entire regions. The path forward led toward confrontation with forces that operated on scales that dwarfed individual concerns. Yet it also offered the possibility of preventing further suffering through the application of courage, wisdom, and the growing awareness of divine heritage that had begun to manifest in response to the challenges already faced and overcome. The letters discovered among Mulahey's possessions carried within their carefully penned lines the promise of answers to questions that had plagued the investigation from its earliest stages. Yet they also revealed the troubling reality that the mining conspiracy represented merely one thread in a web of coordinated criminal activity whose scope extended far beyond the immediate concerns of any single community or region. The correspondence spoke of individuals whose names had not been encountered before, of organizations whose purposes remained mysterious, despite their obvious involvement in activities that had brought suffering to countless innocent souls, and of plans that encompassed objectives reaching far beyond the simple disruption of iron production that had initially drawn attention to the Nashkel mines. Among these revelations, none carried more immediate importance than the references to Tranzig, described in the documents as a contact point who maintained regular communications between the mining operation and higher levels of command within the criminal network that had orchestrated the regional crisis. The letters indicated that this individual could be found at the Felderpost Inn in Berost, where he served as a coordinator for information and resources flowing between various components of an organization whose true structure and ultimate leadership remained frustratingly opaque despite the growing accumulation of evidence regarding their methods and immediate objectives. The decision to seek out this contact represented both an opportunity to gather crucial intelligence about the forces behind the conspiracy and a recognition that the success achieved in liberating the Nashkel mines would prove meaningless if the larger network remained intact and capable of simply shifting its operations to other locations where similar devastation could be inflicted upon different communities. The journey northward toward Berost carried with it the weight of responsibility not only for those who had already suffered, but for countless others who might face similar fates if the root causes of the crisis were not identified and eliminated through decisive action. The road that led back through territories that had been traversed during the initial journey south now revealed subtle changes that spoke to the mounting desperation of communities caught in the grip of economic collapse and social disruption, their situations having deteriorated even during the brief time required to investigate and resolve the immediate threat posed by the mining sabotage. The refugees encountered along the route carried stories of new hardships and fresh disasters that confirmed the systematic nature of the attacks on regional stability, while the merchants who still dared to travel spoke of routes grown even more dangerous as organized banditry expanded its reach and refined its methods of intercepting valuable cargo. The town of Berost itself presented a picture of a community struggling to maintain some semblance of normal commercial activity, despite circumstances that challenged every assumption about the safety and predictability that successful trade required. Its streets showing the effects of reduced traffic and diminished prosperity as businesses adapted to conditions that made traditional approaches to commerce increasingly untenable. The inns and taverns that had once served as gathering places for merchants celebrating successful ventures now hosted more subdued conversations between worried traders who spoke of contracts that could not be fulfilled and partnerships dissolved by circumstances beyond anyone's ability to predict or control. The Felderpost Inn stood among these establishments as one that had maintained something approaching its traditional atmosphere. Yet, even here, the effects of the regional crisis could be observed in the nervous manner of staff members, whose livelihood depended upon the continued presence of travelers, whose numbers had dwindled as the dangers of the road multiplied. The common room that should have bustled with the cheerful voices of guests sharing stories of their journeys instead echoed with hushed conversations between individuals whose business required discretion and whose purposes might not bear too close examination by casual observers. It was in this atmosphere of barely concealed tension and mutual suspicion that the search for Tazok began, a quest that required careful observation and subtle inquiry to avoid alerting the target to the nature of the interest in his activities and whereabouts. The staff of the establishment, when approached with appropriate caution and suitable inducements, proved willing to provide information about their guests, yet their responses carried the wariness of those who had learned that too much curiosity about certain patrons could lead to consequences that prudent business owners preferred to avoid. The man who was eventually identified as the contact mentioned in Mulahey's correspondence proved to be an individual whose appearance and manner marked him as someone accustomed to operating in the shadows that existed at the margins of legitimate commerce. His nervous energy and careful attention to his surroundings suggesting awareness that his activities had made him enemies whose methods of settling grievances extended beyond legal remedies or commercial retaliation. His presence in the inn appeared to follow patterns that spoke of regular meetings and scheduled communications, indicating that his role in the conspiracy extended beyond simple message, carrying to encompass more substantial coordination and planning responsibilities. The confrontation with Tazok, when it finally occurred under circumstances that prevented his escape or the summoning of assistance from potential allies who might have been stationed nearby, revealed the extent to which even relatively low-level operatives within the criminal network possessed information whose value extended far beyond their immediate area of responsibility. His initial attempts to maintain innocence and deny any knowledge of activities that might interest those who had identified him as a person of interest quickly gave way to more desperate negotiations, as he recognized that his captors possessed sufficient evidence to make continued deception counterproductive. The intelligence that emerged from his reluctant cooperation painted a picture of criminal organization that operated according to principles of hierarchy and compartmentalization designed to protect higher-level leadership from the consequences of failures or betrayals at lower levels of command, yet which also required regular communication and coordination between different components to maintain the level of systematic activity that had made their campaign of regional disruption so devastatingly effective. His knowledge of meeting schedules and communication protocols provided opportunities for further penetration of the network, while his descriptions of the personalities and capabilities of his superiors offered insights that would prove crucial in planning approaches to more dangerous confrontations that lay ahead. The location of the bandit camp that served as a primary coordination center for the caravan raiding operations that complemented the mining sabotage had been carefully chosen to provide both strategic advantages in terms of controlling access to major trade routes and tactical benefits in the form of defensive positions that could resist assault by conventional law enforcement forces. Tazok's description of the site revealed extensive fortifications and substantial personnel numbers that would make direct attack extremely hazardous, yet he also provided information about alternative approaches that might allow penetration of their defenses through methods that relied more heavily on deception and infiltration rather than overwhelming force. The alternative path that Tazok's intelligence suggested involved making contact with recruitment agents who operated in the areas of Peldvale and Larswood, territories that served as hunting grounds for the criminal organization's talent scouts, who identified individuals whose skills and circumstances made them suitable candidates for inclusion in various aspects of their expanded operations. These recruiters, according to his account, maintained the pretense of representing legitimate mercenary companies seeking personnel for standard commercial protection contracts, yet their true purpose involved identifying and enlisting individuals who could contribute to activities that extended far beyond normal security services. The decision regarding which approach to pursue in gaining access to the Bandit Stronghold carried implications that extended beyond mere tactical considerations to encompass questions of moral principle and strategic objectives that would influence the entire direction of the investigation into the forces behind the regional crisis. The direct approach suggested by Tazok's interrogation promised rapid resolution of immediate concerns, yet risked missing opportunities to gather intelligence about higher levels of command within the criminal hierarchy, while the infiltration alternative offered greater potential for comprehensive understanding of the conspiracy at the cost of increased personal risk and moral compromise. The journey toward the areas where contact with recruitment agents might be established carried the small company of investigators through territories that bore the scars of organized criminal activity more clearly than any region they had previously encountered. with evidence of systematic violence and economic disruption that spoke to the scope and intensity of the campaign being waged against legitimate commerce and peaceful communities. The abandoned farmsteads and burned-out trading posts that dotted the landscape told stories of resistance that had been met with ruthless retaliation, while the carefully maintained roads that served the bandits' operational needs contrasted sharply with the neglected condition of routes that had once carried legitimate traffic. The encounters with other travelers in these dangerous lands revealed the extent to which the criminal network had succeeded in imposing its own version of order upon territories that legitimate authorities could no longer effectively patrol or protect, with evidence of tribute systems and safe conduct arrangements that demonstrated the sophistication of their administrative capabilities, as well as their commitment to long-term control rather than simple smash and grab opportunism. The merchants who still attempted to conduct business in these areas spoke of negotiations and accommodation that amounted to partnership with the very forces that had destroyed their previous operating environments, compromises that survival demanded, yet which carried their own moral weight and psychological burden. The recruitment agents, when they were finally encountered through careful positioning in locations where their activities were known to occur, proved to be individuals whose presentations and credentials were sufficiently convincing to suggest extensive preparation and substantial investment in creating false identities that could withstand casual scrutiny. Their approaches to potential recruits followed patterns that demonstrated psychological sophistication and understanding of the motivations that might drive individuals toward criminal activity. Yet their underlying purposes remained concealed behind layers of misdirection and carefully crafted deception. The conversations with these agents revealed the extent to which the criminal organization had succeeded in creating an infrastructure that could support large-scale military operations while maintaining the appearance of legitimate business activity, with references to equipment supplies and training programs that spoke to capabilities far exceeding those of typical bandit groups or opportunistic raiders. Their descriptions of employment opportunities and advancement potential within their organization suggested hierarchical structures and career paths that mimicked legitimate military or commercial enterprises, yet which served purposes that remained carefully hidden from those who had not yet proven their loyalty and commitment to the cause. The decision to accept recruitment into the criminal network represented a significant moral compromise that carried both immediate risks and longer-term consequences for the integrity and reputation of those who chose this path to gather intelligence about their enemies' capabilities and intentions. The necessity of appearing to embrace values and objectives that stood in direct opposition to everything that justice and compassion demanded created psychological strains that could not be easily dismissed or ignored, while the possibility that such deception might be discovered carried with it the threat of consequences far worse than simple failure to achieve investigative objectives. The bandit camp, when it was finally reached through either the direct approach suggested by Transig's information or the more circuitous route involving recruitment and infiltration, revealed the true scope and sophistication of the criminal enterprise that had brought economic devastation to the entire Sword Coast region. The fortifications that protected the site demonstrated engineering knowledge and construction capabilities that spoke of professional military expertise applied to defensive purposes, while the organization and discipline evident in the daily routines of the camp's inhabitants suggested leadership and training that went far beyond what common bandits could provide for themselves. The sheer number of individuals present at the site challenged assumptions about the scale of recruitment and resource allocation that the conspiracy had achieved, with evidence of personnel drawn from diverse backgrounds and possessing varied skills that could be coordinated in support of different aspects of their multifaceted campaign against regional stability. The presence of individuals whose appearances and equipment marked them as former soldiers, displaced craftsmen, and even educated professionals suggested that the economic disruption created by their activities had also served as a recruitment tool that provided them with human resources of unusual quality and capability. The camp's layout and organization revealed careful attention to both security and operational efficiency, with specialized areas devoted to different aspects of their activities and clear hierarchical structures that ensured coordination and control, while minimizing the risks associated with concentrating so many potentially dangerous individuals in a single location. The training facilities and equipment maintenance areas spoke to long-term planning and substantial investment in creating an infrastructure that could support extended operations rather than temporary opportunistic raiding, while the communication and command structures evident in the camp's organization suggested integration with larger networks that extended far beyond the immediate area. The opportunity to observe the camp's routines and activities from within, whether as a recognized enemy who had fought through their defenses, or as a recruited member who had gained their confidence through successful deception, provided insights into the methods and objectives that drove their systematic campaign of destruction and disruption. The conversations overheard between different levels of leadership revealed the extent to which their activities were coordinated with other operations throughout the region, while the documents and communications that could be observed or accessed offered concrete evidence of connections and dependencies that might provide vulnerabilities for exploitation by those seeking to dismantle their organization. The meeting with Tazok, the figure whose name had appeared in multiple documents and communications as a primary coordinator of the bandit activities that complemented the mining sabotage, provided the first direct encounter with the level of leadership responsible for implementing the conspiracy's most visible and destructive operations. His appearance and manner marked him as a professional warrior whose capabilities had been honed through extensive combat experience. Yet his willingness to engage in conversation with those who had penetrated his stronghold suggested confidence in his position and perhaps curiosity about the motivations that had driven his enemies to such lengths in their pursuit of his prose. Organization. The information that emerged from this encounter, whether through direct interrogation of a defeated enemy or careful conversation with someone believed to be a potential recruit, revealed connections and hierarchies that extended the investigation's scope far beyond the regional concerns that had initially motivated the search for those responsible for the mining crisis. The references to the Cloakwood Operation and the individual known as Davorn suggested that the conspiracy encompassed activities and locations that had not previously been suspected, while the mentions of oversight by figures whose authority exceeded even Tazok's own indicated that the true architects of the regional disruption remained to be identified and confronted. The discovery of Ender Sai, the figure found imprisoned within the bandit camp under circumstances that suggested his capture had resulted from activities that placed him in opposition to the conspiracy's interests, provided crucial intelligence about the scope and ultimate objectives of the forces that had orchestrated the systematic destruction of regional economic stability. His account of the organization, known as the Iron Throne, revealed connections between seemingly separate criminal enterprises and legitimate commercial activities that suggested a level of integration and coordination that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of corporate behavior and commercial ethics. The prisoner's description of the methods used to shift blame for the conspiracy's activities onto other organizations, particularly the Gentarim, demonstrated sophistication in the areas of misdirection and counterintelligence that spoke to capabilities extending far beyond simple criminal cunning to encompass understanding of political manipulation and public opinion, management that could be employed to protect the true architects of the crisis from discovery and retaliation. His knowledge of the techniques used to infiltrate and corrupt legitimate businesses provided insights into vulnerability points that might be exploited to gather further intelligence or disrupt ongoing operations. The chest that contained the most crucial documentary evidence of the conspiracy's scope and structure represented both the culmination of the investigation's achievements thus far and the beginning of a new phase that would require confronting enemies whose resources and capabilities exceeded anything that had been encountered in previous stages of the search for truth and justice. The letters discovered within this repository confirmed connections between different aspects of the crisis and revealed hierarchical structures that extended from the immediate operational level represented by figures like Mulahey and Tazok to higher levels of command whose identity and location remained to be determined through further investigation. The correspondence revealed that the systematic disruption of iron production and trade represented only one component of a larger campaign, whose ultimate objectives remained mysterious despite the mounting evidence of their devastating effectiveness in achieving intermediate goals related to economic destabilization and social disruption. The references to operations in the Cloakwood suggested that major industrial facilities were under the direct control of conspiracy members, while the mentions of coordination with assassination attempts indicated that their methods encompassed political violence as well as economic warfare. The intelligence gathered from these documents pointed clearly toward the Cloakwood as the next logical destination for the investigation, yet it also provided warnings about the level of opposition that could be expected from enemies who had demonstrated both the resources and the ruthlessness necessary to establish and maintain control over major industrial operations while simultaneously conducting campaigns of sabotage and violence throughout the surrounding region. The descriptions of Davorn's capabilities and the security measures protecting his operations suggested that success in this next phase would require careful planning and possibly assistance from allies whose own capabilities could complement those already available to the investigation. The prophecy that came with sleep following the successful penetration and disruption of the Bandit Operation carried imagery and symbolism that spoke to the growing awareness of divine heritage and the responsibilities that such bloodline connections imposed upon those who carried them regardless of their personal desires or conscious choices regarding involvement in cosmic conflicts. The dream of descending into the depths of the Nashkel mines to confront Mulahey in his state of undeath presented choices between vengeance and mercy that would define the character and moral development of one whose actions were beginning to influence events on scales that extended far beyond individual communities or regional concerns. The symbolic dagger that appeared in these visions represented both the capacity for destruction that divine heritage made possible and the moral restraint that prevented such power from being employed in service of purely personal objectives or emotional satisfaction rather than justice and the protection of innocence. The decision to reject the weapon offered by the spirit of the defeated enemy demonstrated a commitment to principles that transcended the immediate satisfaction that revenge might provide, yet it also carried with it the promise of spiritual growth and development of capabilities that could serve larger purposes than simple retaliation against those who had caused suffering. The voice that spoke of learning in these prophetic dreams carried undertones that suggested education would continue regardless of conscious choices or attempts to avoid the implications of divine blood and inherited destiny. Yet it also promised that such knowledge would be shaped by the moral choices made in response to the challenges and temptations that marked the path toward greater understanding of cosmic principles and eternal consequences. The development of healing abilities that emerged from this dream experience provided tangible evidence that spiritual growth carried practical benefits for both the individual and those who might benefit from their assistance, while also serving as a reminder that power gained through divine connection came with obligations that could not be shirked or ignored. The evidence pointing toward the Cloakwood Operation represented both the logical next step in unraveling the conspiracy that had brought such suffering to the region, and a recognition that each phase of the investigation had revealed opponents whose capabilities and resources exceeded those encountered in previous stages of the search for truth and justice. The pattern suggested that the ultimate confrontation with the true architects of the crisis would test every lesson learned and every capability developed through the trials that had already been faced and overcome, while also requiring moral clarity and spiritual strength that could only be maintained through continued commitment to principles that transcended immediate tactical advantages or personal survival. The journey toward the Cloakwood carried with it the weight of accumulated knowledge about the scope and sophistication of the forces that had orchestrated the regional crisis. Yet it also represented hope that each successful intervention in their operations brought closer the possibility of complete victory over enemies, whose defeat would restore peace and prosperity to communities that had suffered too long under the shadow of systematic oppression and economic warfare. The path ahead promised challenges that would test every aspect of character and capability, yet it also offered the opportunity to serve causes greater than individual concerns, and to demonstrate that courage and principle could triumph over even the most sophisticated applications of organized evil. The intelligence gathered from the bandit camp's captured correspondence had revealed the existence of operations extending far beyond the immediate concerns of highway robbery and mining sabotage, pointing toward industrial facilities hidden within the ancient depths of the Cloakwood, where the conspiracy's architects had established what appeared to be the true heart of their campaign against regional economic stability. The forest itself, that vast expanse of primordial woodland that had stood unchanged since the earliest days of civilization on the Sword Coast, now served as concealment for activities that represented the ultimate perversion of the natural order that had once defined its character and purpose. The journey toward this mysterious stronghold required passage through territories that had been deliberately kept inaccessible to casual travelers, their approaches guarded by both natural obstacles and artificial barriers that spoke to the extensive preparation and long-term planning that had gone into establishing operations capable of influencing the economic fate of entire regions. The very remoteness that made the Cloakwood an ideal location for concealing industrial activities also ensured that any investigation of those activities would take place far from potential sources of assistance or refuge, where failure would likely mean death in circumstances that would never be discovered or properly understood by those who might seek to continue the work of justice and truth. The ancient trees that formed the forest's canopy had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, their massive trunks and intertwining branches creating a living cathedral whose shadows held secrets that predated human settlement and would likely endure long after the current crisis had been resolved one way or another. Yet even these timeless giants bore subtle signs of change and corruption, their leaves showing discoloration that spoke of industrial contamination, while their bark carried scars that suggested the passage of heavy equipment and the establishment of transportation routes that served purposes having nothing to do with the forest's natural rhythms and ecological balance. The map-by-map progression required to penetrate the Cloakwood's defences reflected both the natural, maze-like quality of ancient forest paths and the deliberate efforts of those who controlled the region to prevent unauthorized access to their operations through the creation of additional obstacles and misdirection designed to confuse and discourage potential investigators. Each transition between different sections of the woodland revealed new evidence of human interference with natural processes, from cleared areas that served as staging grounds for equipment and supplies, to artificially redirected streams that provided water for industrial processes, while disrupting the ecological systems that had sustained the forest's wildlife for millennia. The encounters with other inhabitants of the forest, both human and otherwise, provided glimpses of the complex relationships and competing interests that had developed as industrial operations expanded their influence throughout territories that had once been governed solely by natural law and the ancient customs of those who lived in harmony with the woodlands, rhythms. The druids who maintained their sacred groves despite the encroachment of civilization spoke of violations and desecrations that went beyond simple environmental damage to encompass spiritual wounds that might never heal even if the immediate sources of corruption were eliminated. These guardians of the natural order possessed knowledge and capabilities that conventional investigation methods could never provide. Their mystical connections to the forest itself, enabling them to perceive patterns and relationships that remained invisible to those whose understanding was limited to purely rational and material concerns. Their descriptions of the industrial complex that had been established in the forest's heart painted a picture of systematic environmental destruction orchestrated by individuals whose pursuit of profit and power had led them to treat the natural world as nothing more than raw material to be consumed in service of their artificial objectives. The information provided by these forest dwellers revealed that the mining operation hidden within the Cloakwood represented an entirely different category of threat from the sabotage that had been discovered at Nashkel, involving not the destruction of existing facilities, but the creation of new ones, whose purposes remained carefully concealed from any outside observation or oversight. The scale of construction required to establish underground workings capable of significant ore production suggested resources and coordination that exceeded anything that mere criminal enterprises could typically command, while the secrecy surrounding their operations indicated awareness that discovery would bring consequences that even their powerful backers might be unable to protect them from. The approach to the industrial complex itself required navigation through defensive perimeters that had been established with the same attention to detail and tactical sophistication that had characterized other aspects of the reigned conspiracy's operations, yet which also reflected understanding of the unique challenges posed by operating in forested terrain, where conventional fortification methods would be inadequate to provide security against enemies who possessed knowledge of wilderness, survival, and unconventional warfare techniques. The guards and patrols encountered in the outer reaches of the facility's security zone displayed equipment and training that marked them as professional soldiers rather than common bandits, their presence confirming that the operation commanded resources sufficient to hire mercenaries of genuine competence and experience. The mercenary band that confronted intruders at the final checkpoint before the mine entrance itself represented the highest level of opposition yet encountered in the investigation of the conspiracy, their leader speaking with the confidence of one who had been specifically briefed about potential threats and provided with detailed instructions regarding how such challenges should be addressed. The battle that inevitably followed this confrontation demonstrated the extent to which the conspiracy's leadership had prepared for the possibility of discovery and intervention, yet it also revealed that even their most capable defenders could be overcome by adversaries who possessed both the skills necessary for combat and the moral certainty that came from serving causes greater than personal survival or material gain. The entrance to the mine itself presented a facade of legitimate commercial activity that might have deceived casual observers, yet closer examination revealed subtle signs of the true nature of the operations being conducted within its depths. The equipment visible at the surface carried the quality and sophistication that marked it as substantially more advanced than what typical mining ventures could afford, while the personnel who managed the facility's day-to-day operations displayed the disciplined efficiency that spoke of military-style organization and training rather than the more relaxed attitudes typical of civilian, industrial workers. The first level of the underground complex revealed the full scope of the deception that had been employed to conceal the true nature of the conspiracy's industrial operations, with evidence of legitimate mining activities serving as cover for other enterprises whose purposes remained to be discovered through further investigation. The presence of enslaved workers among the facility's labor force provided the first clear indication that the moral corruption of those responsible for the operation extended beyond mere economic crimes to encompass the fundamental violation of human dignity and freedom that slavery represented, while their obvious fear and desperation suggested that resistance to their captors' demands carried consequences that even desperate individuals found too terrible to contemplate. The water plug that controlled flooding from the surrounding lake represented both a crucial vulnerability in the facility's defenses and a potential weapon that could be employed to disable their operations. Yet its use also raised moral questions about the fate of the enslaved workers, who would be unable to escape if the tunnels were deliberately flooded. The key to this system, carefully guarded and accessible only to those in positions of authority within the facility's hierarchy, symbolized the power that the conspiracy's leaders wielded over both the physical infrastructure that supported their operations and the human lives that had been reduced to expendable resources in service of their larger objectives. The conversations with the enslaved workers revealed the systematic methods employed to break their spirits and ensure compliance with demands that violated every principle of human dignity and moral behavior. Yet they also demonstrated the resilience of the human spirit and the ways in which hope could survive, even under circumstances that seemed designed to crush every trace of optimism or resistance. Their accounts of the facility's operations provided crucial intelligence about guard rotations, defensive measures, and the location of key personnel, while their obvious gratitude for any gesture of compassion or concern served as a reminder of the moral stakes involved in the struggle against forces that treated human suffering as an acceptable cost of conducting business. The second level of the complex served as both barracks for the mercenary forces that provided security and administrative center for the coordination of activities that extended far beyond the immediate mining operation to encompass the far larger network of criminal enterprises that had brought economic devastation to the entire region. The documents and communications that could be observed or accessed in these areas provided additional confirmation of connections and hierarchies that the investigation had been gradually uncovering, while also revealing new aspects of the conspiracy's scope and objectives that had not previously been suspected. The prison facilities discovered on this level housed not only enslaved workers who had been marked for special punishment, but also other prisoners whose presence suggested that the facility served as a detention and interrogation center for individuals whose activities or knowledge had brought them into conflict with the conspiracy's interests. Among these unfortunate souls was Rial, a figure whose leadership role among the enslaved population had marked him for particular attention from guards who understood that breaking such individuals was crucial to maintaining control over the larger group of prisoners whose barred labor sustained the facility's operations. The conversation with Riel revealed both the extent of his knowledge regarding the facility's operations and his willingness to risk further punishment in order to assist efforts to liberate his fellow prisoners and disrupt the activities that had brought them to such a desperate state. His information about guard procedures and shift changes provided tactical intelligence that would prove crucial in planning approaches to the facility's most heavily defended areas, while his evident courage and moral strength served as inspiration for others who might be tempted to despair in the face of seemingly overwhelming odds. The proposal he offered regarding the evacuation of enslaved workers represented both an opportunity to prevent innocent casualties and a test of the moral principles that guided the investigation's approach to resolving the crisis, through methods that honored the dignity of those who had suffered most severely as a result of the conspiracy's activities. The 100 gold pieces he requested for bribing guards represented a significant investment, yet also offered the possibility of achieving objectives that could not be accomplished through violence alone, while his obvious sincerity and desperation suggested that failure to provide such assistance would result in consequences that would weigh heavily upon the conscience of anyone who possessed the power to prevent such suffering. The third level of the mining complex revealed the true industrial heart of the operation, where the ore extraction and processing activities took place under conditions that prioritized efficiency and production over any consideration of worker safety or environmental protection. The machinery and equipment employed in these operations represented substantial investment in advanced technology, yet their employment in service of activities that remained carefully concealed from outside observation suggested purposes that extended beyond simple commercial mining ventures to encompass objectives that legitimate oversight authorities would never have approved. The evidence of extensive production capabilities, combined with the secrecy surrounding the destination of processed materials, confirmed suspicions that had been growing since the first discoveries of systematic iron shortage throughout the region, suggesting that the conspiracy involved not merely the disruption of existing supplies, but the creation of alternative sources under the direct control of those responsible for manufacturing the crisis in the first place. The scale of the operation suggested planning and resource allocation that spanned years of preparation, while the sophistication of the equipment and methods employed indicated access to technical knowledge and financial resources that few organizations could command. The fourth level of the complex housed the administrative and command facilities, where the coordination of the entire operation took place under the direction of the individual known as Davorn, whose name had appeared in multiple documents and communications as the architect of the systematic campaign that had brought economic disruption to communities throughout the Sword Coast region. The approach to his quarters required navigation through defensive measures that included both conventional traps and magical protections, their sophistication reflecting the importance of the individual they were designed to protect and the resources that had been devoted to ensuring his safety and security. The battle horrors that served as guardians for the most sensitive areas of the facility represented applications of magical knowledge and resources that went far beyond what typical criminal organizations could access or afford, their presence confirming that the conspiracy commanded capabilities that spanned multiple disciplines and approaches to achieving their objectives. The traps that had been positioned to summon these creatures when activated by unwary intruders demonstrated understanding of both mechanical engineering and summoning magic, while their strategic placement revealed tactical thinking that anticipated various possible approaches by potential enemies. The confrontation with Davorn himself provided the first direct encounter with the level of leadership responsible for conceiving and implementing the systematic economic warfare that had brought suffering to countless innocent communities. Yet it also revealed the extent to which even the most capable architects of such schemes remained vulnerable to adversaries who possessed both the skills necessary for combat and the moral conviction that came from serving causes greater than personal advancement or material gain. His magical abilities and defensive preparations marked him as a formidable opponent whose defeat would require careful coordination and tactical thinking, while his obvious confidence in his position suggested that he had not anticipated facing challenges to his authority within what he clearly regarded as his personal domain. The spells and defensive measures that Davorn employed during the battle demonstrated mastery of arcane knowledge that few practitioners could match, yet they also revealed the limitations that even the most accomplished mages faced when confronted by adversaries who combined magical capabilities with tactical flexibility and moral certainty. His apparent surprise at encountering serious opposition within his own stronghold suggested that the security measures he had relied upon for protection had been designed primarily to deter casual intruders, rather than determined investigators who possessed both the skills and the motivation necessary to penetrate his defenses and confront him directly. The letters discovered among Davorn's possessions following his defeat provided the most comprehensive picture yet obtained of the conspiracy's structure and objectives, revealing connections and hierarchies that extended the investigation's scope far beyond regional concerns to encompass activities that threatened the stability of major urban centers and established political institutions throughout the known world. The correspondence confirmed that the systematic disruption of iron production and trade represented only one component of a larger campaign, whose ultimate objectives remained mysterious, despite the mounting evidence of their devastating effectiveness in achieving intermediate goals related to political manipulation and social control. The revelation that the conspiracy involved infiltration of established merchant guilds and commercial organizations challenged fundamental assumptions about the integrity of institutions that form the foundation of civilized commerce, while the references to operations in Baldur's Gate itself suggested that the investigation's next phase would require confronting enemies who had established themselves at the very heart of the region's political, economic power structures. The mentions of coordination between different aspects of the campaign indicated planning and resource allocation on a scale that dwarfed anything that had previously been suspected, while the obvious sophistication of their methods suggested that success in the final confrontation would require every lesson learned and every capability developed through the trials that had already been faced and overcome. The intelligence gathered from these documents pointed clearly toward Baldur's Gate as the next logical destination for the investigation, yet it also provided warnings about the level of opposition that could be expected from enemies who had demonstrated both the resources and the ruthlessness necessary to establish and maintain control over major commercial operations, while simultaneously conducting campaigns of sabotage and political manipulation throughout the surrounding territories. The descriptions of the conspiracy's penetration of legitimate government and commercial institutions suggested that the investigation's final phases would take place in environments where distinguishing friend from foe might prove even more challenging than the obvious dangers that had been encountered in more straightforward military confrontations. The apprentice discovered in Davorn's private chambers provided additional confirmation of the intelligence that had been gathered through document analysis. Yet his obvious terror and willingness to cooperate also suggested that not all of those associated with the conspiracy were committed to its objectives through conviction rather than coercion or circumstance. His account of the methods employed to maintain secrecy and prevent betrayal revealed the extent to which the organization relied upon fear and intimidation to ensure loyalty, while his knowledge of communication protocols and security procedures provided tactical intelligence that might prove useful in future encounters with other components of the criminal network. The lift that provided access back to the first level of the complex represented both a practical convenience and a symbolic choice regarding the fate of the facility and its enslaved workforce, as the key recovered from Davorn's body could be employed either to evacuate innocent prisoners before destroying the infrastructure that had enabled their exploitation, or to eliminate the entire operation through flooding without regard for the consequences to those who had suffered most severely as a result of the conspiracy's activities. The moral weight of this decision reflected the broader ethical considerations that had shaped every aspect of the investigation, from the methods employed to gather intelligence to the ultimate objectives that justified the risks and sacrifices that had been required to penetrate the conspiracy's defenses and confront its leadership. The option to flood the mines represented both the most effective method of permanently disabling the facility's operations and a potential source of moral compromise if implemented without adequate consideration of the innocent lives that would be lost as a result of such decisive action. The conversations with enslaved workers had revealed both the extent of their suffering under the current regime and their desperate hope for liberation through any means that might prove effective. Yet, their obvious vulnerability to the consequences of hasty action served as a reminder that good intentions were meaningless without careful attention to the practical implications of decisions made in the heat of crisis and conflict. The alternative approach suggested by Real's proposal offered the possibility of achieving both tactical objectives and moral imperatives through methods that honored the dignity of those who had suffered most severely, while also striking an effective blow against the infrastructure that had enabled such systematic exploitation and abuse. The 100 gold pieces required for this approach represented a significant investment in principles that went beyond immediate tactical considerations to encompass longer-term questions about the kind of society that would emerge from the struggle against organized evil and systematic oppression. The prophetic dreams that marked the completion of another phase in the investigation carried imagery and symbolism that spoke to the growing awareness of cosmic forces and eternal consequences that transcended the immediate concerns of regional politics and economic warfare, yet which also influenced events on scales that made individual choices and actions components in patterns too vast for mortal comprehension. The descent into deeper levels of understanding and responsibility reflected the gradual revelation of divine heritage and the obligations that such bloodline connections imposed regardless of personal desires or conscious decisions about involvement in conflicts that spanned dimensions and affected the fate of countless souls across multiple planes of existence. The underground lake that featured in these visions represented both the cleansing power of natural forces and the dangerous potential for destruction when such power was employed without adequate wisdom or restraint, while the stone structure that rose from its depths symbolized the artificial constructs and institutional frameworks that mortals created in their attempts to impose order upon chaotic existence. The choice between different approaches to resolving conflicts reflected the ongoing tension between expedience and principle that marked every significant decision faced by those who wielded power sufficient to influence the fate of proud communities and individuals whose welfare depended upon the moral clarity of their protectors. The voice that continued to promise education regardless of conscious choices or attempts to avoid the implications of divine blood carried undertones that suggested the futility of attempting to escape destiny through simple acts of will or determination to remain uninvolved in cosmic conflicts. Yet it also implied that the nature of such education would be shaped by the moral principles that guided responses to challenges and opportunities for growth through service to causes greater than individual survival or material advancement. The development of additional capabilities that emerged from these dream experiences provided tangible evidence that spiritual progress carried practical benefits for both the individual and those who might benefit from their enhanced ability to protect innocence and oppose organized evil. The evidence pointing toward Baldur's Gate as the ultimate destination of the investigation represented both the logical culmination of discoveries made throughout the previous phases of the search for truth and justice and the beginning of challenges that would test every lesson learned and every capability developed through confrontation with enemies whose sophistication and resources had been gradually revealed through their systematic campaign of regional disruption. The pattern established through encounters with figures like Mulahey, Tazok, and Davorn suggested that each level of the conspiracy's hierarchy possessed greater capabilities and commanded more substantial resources than the previous one, indicating that the final confrontation would require not only individual courage and skill, but also the kind of moral certainty that could sustain principled action even when facing opposition that possessed overwhelming advantages in terms of material power and institutional influence. The journey toward the great city that served as the political and commercial heart of the region carried with it the accumulated weight of knowledge about the scope and sophistication of the forces responsible for the crisis that had brought suffering to countless innocent communities. Yet it also represented hope that each successful intervention in their operations had weakened their overall position and brought closer the possibility of complete victory over enemies whose defeat would restore peace and prosperity to territories that had endured too long under the shadow of systematic oppression and economic manipulation. The road ahead promised encounters with forms of corruption and evil that operated through political and commercial institutions, rather than crude applications of violence, requiring different strategies and approaches, while testing the same fundamental commitment to justice and protection of innocence that had motivated every previous stage of the investigation. The transformation of the forest stronghold from a center of exploitation and environmental destruction into either a flooded ruin or a liberated facility dedicated to legitimate purposes under proper oversight represented a tangible victory against forces whose power had seemed overwhelming when first encountered. Yet it also served as a reminder that such victories were meaningful only if they contributed to larger patterns of resistance against systematic oppression and organized evil. The lessons learned about the relationships between economic manipulation, political corruption, and criminal violence would prove essential in navigating the more complex challenges that awaited in environments where enemies had learned to hide their true nature behind facades of respectability and legitimate authority. The enslaved workers whose liberation had been achieved through careful planning and moral commitment to principles that transcended immediate tactical considerations represented both the human cost of the conspiracy's activities, the possibility that even the most desperate circumstances could be overcome through the application of courage, wisdom, and unwavering dedication to causes that honored the fundamental dignity of all conscious beings. Their freedom served as both a practical achievement in the struggle against organized evil and a symbolic reminder that the ultimate objectives of the investigation extended far beyond the mere defeat of specific enemies to encompass the creation of conditions under which all people could live in safety and pursue their own destinies, without fear of exploitation or abuse by those who wielded power, without accountability or moral restraint. The intelligence gathered from the depths of the Cloakwood Operation had revealed connections and hierarchies that extended far beyond regional criminal enterprises to encompass the very heart of commercial and political power within the greatest city of the Sword Coast, that sprawling metropolis known throughout the civilized world as Baldur's Gate, whose massive walls and bustling harbours had made it the centre of trade and commerce for territories stretching from the northern reaches to the southern kingdoms. The documents recovered from Davorn's stronghold painted a picture of systematic infiltration and corruption that challenged every assumption about the integrity of institutions that formed the foundation of civilized society. While the scope of the conspiracy's influence suggested that the investigation's final phases would require navigating political and commercial environments, where distinguishing ally from enemy might prove even more treacherous than the straightforward military confrontations that had characterized earlier encounters. The journey northward toward the great city carried with it both the anticipation of finally confronting the ultimate architects of the regional crisis and the sobering awareness that each previous phase of the investigation had revealed opponents whose capabilities and resources exceeded those encountered in earlier stages, suggesting that the forces controlling operations from Baldur's Gate itself would command power and influence on scales that dwarfed anything that had been faced during the liberation of mines or the destruction of bandit strongholds. The road that led toward the city's massive gates bore evidence of the economic disruption that had been systematically orchestrated through the conspiracy's campaign of sabotage and manipulation, with abandoned trading posts and reduced commercial traffic speaking to the effectiveness of their methods, while also demonstrating the human cost of activities that treated entire communities as expendable resources in service of larger objectives. The bridge that provided the primary approach to Baldur's Gate itself stood as both a marvel of engineering achievement and a symbol of the controlled access that allowed the city's authorities to monitor and regulate the flow of people and goods that sustained the complex relationships between urban centers and the agricultural and mining regions that supplied their needs. Yet even this impressive structure bore subtle signs of the crisis that had disrupted normal patterns of commerce and travel, with guard posts that had been reinforced against threats more serious than typical smuggling or customs violations. While the reduced volume of traffic spoke to the fear and uncertainty that had transformed routine business ventures into hazardous gambles whose outcomes could no longer be predicted according to traditional calculations of risk and reward. The Flaming Fist mercenaries who controlled access to the city represented both the legitimate authority that maintained order within Baldur's Gate's walls and a potential source of corruption that might have been penetrated by the same forces responsible for infiltrating other institutions throughout the region. Their professional competence and obvious dedication to duty, providing no guarantee that their ultimate loyalties lay with the citizens they were sworn to protect, rather than with powers whose influence operated through channels that bypassed normal accountability mechanisms. The fees they demanded for entry reflected both the city's need for revenue during economically difficult times and the practical reality that controlling access to urban resources had become a necessity as the crisis deepened and desperate refugees sought sanctuary within walls that could not accommodate unlimited numbers without risking the collapse of systems that barely maintain stability under normal circumstances. The arrival of Scar, the commanding officer whose authority over the Flaming Fist made him one of the most powerful figures in the city's military hierarchy, provided the first direct encounter with the level of leadership responsible for maintaining order and security within Baldur's Gate during a period when external threats and internal tensions tested every institution and strained every resource available to legitimate authorities. His immediate interest in the small company of investigators who had arrived from the troubled southern regions suggested both awareness of their previous activities and understanding that their knowledge and capabilities might prove crucial to addressing problems that conventional law enforcement methods had proven inadequate to resolve. The questions that Scar posed during this initial encounter revealed the extent to which legitimate authorities remained uncertain about the true nature and scope of the forces responsible for the regional crisis, their suspicions focusing on symptoms and immediate manifestations rather than the deeper structures of corruption and conspiracy that the investigation had gradually uncovered through direct confrontation with the perpetrators themselves. His obvious frustration with the limitations imposed by legal procedures and jurisdictional boundaries spoke to the challenges faced by honest officials who sought to protect their communities while operating within frameworks designed for normal circumstances rather than systematic campaigns of economic warfare and political manipulation. The mission that Scar proposed, investigation of the Seven Sons Trading Company, whose recent behavioral changes had aroused suspicion among those familiar with their normal operations and personnel, represented both an opportunity to contribute directly to the city's security and a potential entry point into the network of corrupted institutions that the conspiracy had established to conceal their activities while advancing their ace. Lager Objectives. The descriptions he provided of the strange incidents and personality changes that had been observed among the company's leadership suggested infiltration methods that went beyond simple bribery or intimidation to encompass more exotic forms of control and manipulation. The intervention of Elminster, that legendary figure whose knowledge and power spanned centuries of accumulated wisdom and mystical achievement, provided both reassurance about the legitimacy of Scar's request and warning about the scope and sophistication of the forces that had established themselves within the city's political and commercial structures. His appearance at this crucial moment was neither coincidental nor purely benevolent, but rather reflected the interest that powers operating on cosmic scales took in events that might appear to involve merely regional concerns, yet which carried implications for conflicts that transcended mortal understanding and affected the balance between order and chaos across multiple planes of existence. The advice that Elminster offered regarding trustworthy allies within the city's leadership hierarchy reflected both his extraordinary knowledge of political relationships and hidden loyalties, and his understanding that the Pinay investigation's success would depend upon careful navigation of environments where enemies had learned to hide behind facades of respectability and legitimate authority. His specific endorsement of both Scar and Duke Eltan as individuals whose integrity remained intact despite the corruption that had penetrated other institutions provided crucial guidance for approaching the complex political landscape that would define the investigation's final phases. The entry into Baldur's Gate proper revealed a city whose external prosperity and bustling commercial activity concealed tensions and anxieties that spoke to the mounting pressure created by the systematic disruption of trade, relationships, and economic stability that had been orchestrated through the conspiracy's campaign of sabotage and manipulation. The streets that should have echoed with the cheerful voices of merchants celebrating successful ventures instead carried undertones of worry and suspicion as traders and craftsmen struggled to adapt to circumstances that challenged every assumption about the predictability and safety of commercial relationships that had sustained their families and communities for generations. The neighborhoods that comprised the city's complex urban landscape reflected both the diversity of populations that had been drawn to Baldur's Gate by opportunities for advancement and prosperity, and the social stratification that had developed as wealth and influence concentrated in the hands of those who had proven most successful at navigating the complicated relationships between political power, commercial advantage, and social respectability. Yet even the most prosperous districts showed signs of the uncertainty and fear that had begun to affect every level of society as the crisis deepened and traditional sources of stability proved inadequate to provide protection against claims of time zeros. Threats that operated according to principles that few understood or anticipated. The prophetic dreams that marked this new phase of the investigation carried imagery and symbolism that spoke to the increasing complexity of moral choices and strategic decisions that would define the final confrontation with forces whose corruption of legitimate institutions made them more dangerous than enemies who openly declared their hostile intentions and relied upon straightforward applications of violence to achieve their objectives. The vision of blood as a torrent that covered entire landscapes, yet contained currents and eddies that could be navigated by those who possessed sufficient determination and wisdom, reflected both the overwhelming scope of the challenges ahead and the possibility that individual actions, guided by principled commitment, could influence outcomes that might otherwise seem predetermined by forces too vast for mortal intervention. The symbolism of sailing upon this flood of blood using a ship called Persistence, with sails made of resolve, provided both encouragement for maintaining moral clarity despite the complexity of the environments that lay ahead, and warning that success would require sustaining commitment to principles that transcended immediate tactical considerations or personal survival. When faced with opposition that commanded overwhelming advantages in terms of material resources and institutional influence. The sudden wave that ended this vision suggested that the forces arrayed against justice and truth possessed awareness of their opponent's capabilities and intentions, while their willingness to intervene directly in prophetic experiences indicated power that operated according to principles that extended beyond normal limitations of space and time. The Seven Suns Trading Company, when it was finally located within the maze of commercial districts that comprised Baldur's Gate's economic heart, presented an appearance of legitimate business activity that would have deceived casual observation, yet which revealed disturbing anomalies to those who approached with knowledge of the infiltration methods that had been employed throughout the conspiracy's campaign of institutional corruption. The building that housed their operations bore the architectural features and commercial signage appropriate for an established merchant house, yet the atmosphere within its walls carried subtle wrongness that suggested the presence of forces that had no legitimate business in environments dedicated to honest commerce and mutual benefit. The initial conversations with personnel who claimed to represent the company's normal operations revealed the sophisticated nature of the deception that had been employed to maintain appearances while fundamentally altering the papally institution's true purposes and loyalties. Their responses following scripts designed to deflect suspicion, while providing no genuine information about activities or relationships that might reveal the extent of external control over what should have been independent commercial decisions. The reports of shifting faces and changing personalities that had been observed by other merchants and customers suggested infiltration methods that went beyond conventional espionage or corruption to encompass more exotic forms of identity, substitution, and consciousness manipulation. The basement of the Seven Suns building revealed the true nature of the threat that legitimate authorities faced when confronting enemies who had learned to hide their activities behind the facades of respected institutions. Its hidden chambers containing evidence of the systematic replacement of genuine personnel with artificial substitutes, whose loyalties lay entirely with forces that viewed commercial enterprises as tools for advancing objectives that had nothing to do with honest trade or mutual prosperity. The doppelgangers discovered in these concealed areas represented both the sophistication of the methods employed to maintain control over corrupted institutions and the scope of resources that had been devoted to creating an Afans Fasayev infrastructure capable of supporting long-term campaigns of political and economic manipulation. The rescue of Jasso, the legitimate leader of the Seven Sons whose imprisonment and replacement had enabled the systematic corruption of his company's operations and relationships, provided both crucial intelligence about the methods employed to maintain control over infiltrated institutions and concrete evidence of the human cost of activities that treated individual lives and legitimate businesses as expendable resources in service of larger campaigns of systematic disruption and control. His account of the gradual replacement of trusted employees and business partners revealed the patience and thoroughness that characterized the conspiracy's approach to institutional corruption, while his obvious relief at liberation spoke to the psychological torment that had been inflicted upon someone whose life's work had been perverted into an instrument of the very forces he had unknowingly opposed through his process, commitment to honest business practices. The decision to eliminate the remaining doppelgangers who had replaced the Seven Sons' legitimate personnel represented both a tactical necessity and a moral choice about the appropriate response to enemies whose very existence constituted a violation of fundamental principles regarding identity, consciousness, and the integrity of relationships that form the foundation of civilized society. The battles that followed this decision revealed both the capabilities of artificial beings whose creation required substantial investment in exotic magical techniques and the limitations that even sophisticated imposters faced when confronted by opponents who possessed genuine understanding of the principles and values they claimed to represent. The follow-up mission that Scar assigned following the successful resolution of the Seven Sons infiltration provided additional opportunities to contribute to the city's security, while also revealing the scope and variety of problems that legitimate authorities faced when attempting to maintain order during periods when multiple forms of criminal activity flourished due to the disruption of normal social and economic relationships. The investigation of missing persons that led into the city's sewer system revealed criminal enterprises that operated independently of the larger conspiracy, yet which contributed to the overall atmosphere of fear and uncertainty that made systematic corruption easier to implement and sustain. The Ogre Mage, discovered in the depths of Baldur's Gate's underground infrastructure, represented both a specific threat to individual citizens and a symbol of the exotic dangers that had begun to manifest within urban environments as the boundaries between civilized society and chaotic wilderness became increasingly permeable under pressure from forces that operated according to principles that legitimate authorities were ill-equipped to understand or counter effectively. The battle against this creature and its humanoid servants provided both practical experience in confronting magically enhanced opponents and concrete evidence that the conspiracy's activities had created conditions that allowed various forms of evil to flourish within territories that had once been considered safe for law-abiding citizens. The meeting with Duke Eltan that followed the successful completion of these preliminary missions represented the first direct contact with the highest levels of legitimate authority within Baldur's Gate, providing both opportunities to share intelligence about the true scope and nature of the conspiracy, and access to resources and institutional support that would be necessary for confronting enemies who had established themselves at the Pronjin very heart of the city's political and commercial structures. The Duke's obvious intelligence and genuine concern for his city's welfare provided reassurance that not all positions of authority had been compromised by the forces responsible for the regional crisis, while his strategic understanding of political relationships and hidden loyalties offered hope that the investigation's final phases might benefit from coordination with officials who possessed both the power and the integrity necessary to support decisive action against systematic corruption. The mission to investigate the Iron Throne directly represented both the logical culmination of the intelligence gathered throughout previous phases of the investigation and the most dangerous challenge yet faced by those who had dedicated themselves to exposing and defeating the forces responsible for bringing economic devastation and political instability to the entire Sword Coast region. The building that housed the Iron Throne's operations stood as both a monument to commercial success and a symbol of the corruption that had transformed legitimate business enterprises into instruments of systematic oppression and exploitation. Its impressive architecture and bustling activity concealing purposes that violated every principle upon which honest commerce depended. The ascent through the multiple levels of the Iron Throne Tower provided a gradual revelation of the scope and sophistication of the organization that had orchestrated the regional crisis, each floor revealing new aspects of their capabilities, while also demonstrating the extent to which they had succeeded in creating the appearance of legitimate commercial activity, while pursuing objectives that had nothing to do with honest trade or mutual benefit. The personnel encountered during this investigation displayed varying degrees of awareness regarding the true nature of their employers' activities, some genuinely believing themselves to be engaged in normal business operations, while others clearly understood that their participation in the organization's activities placed them outside the boundaries of legal and ethical behavior. The conversations with various officials and representatives revealed the complex relationships between legitimate commercial activities and the darker purposes that had motivated the Iron Throne's systematic campaign of economic theft, manipulation, and political corruption. Their explanations of company policies and business relationships, following patterns designed to conceal the true source of their authority, while maintaining the facade of normal corporate governance and commercial accountability. The intelligence gathered through these interactions confirmed suspicions about the methods employed to gain control over other merchant organizations, while also revealing the scope of resources that had been devoted to creating an armor infrastructure capable of supporting long-term campaigns of systematic disruption and control. The emissary from the Grand Duke's Council encountered during this investigation provided evidence of the extent to which legitimate political institutions had been penetrated by the conspiracy's influence. His negotiations regarding mining rights and weapons contracts, revealing the methods employed to gain official sanction for activities that served the organization's larger objectives while appearing to benefit the public institutions that had been manipulated into providing such authorization. The apparent legitimacy of these arrangements demonstrated the sophistication of approaches that relied upon corruption of legal and administrative processes rather than crude applications of violence or intimidation to achieve strategic objectives that could never have been accomplished through openly hostile actions. The revelation that the Seven Sons and Merchants League had formally transferred control of their mining operations to the Iron Throne provided crucial evidence regarding the systematic nature of the economic manipulation that had been orchestrated throughout the region, while also explaining the methods employed to gain legitimate control over resources that had then been used to create artificial shortages and price manipulations that served larger strategic objectives. The documentation of these transfers revealed both the legal mechanisms that had been employed to provide official sanction for activities that amounted to economic warfare and the extent to which corrupted political institutions had been manipulated into facilitating their own subordination to external control. The top floor of the Iron Throne Tower provided the setting for the most direct confrontation yet experienced with representatives of the forces responsible for orchestrating the regional crisis. Their immediate resort to violence upon discovery, revealing both the extent of their commitment to maintaining secrecy regarding their activities and their awareness that exposure would bring consequences that even their substantial resources and institutional influence might be inadequate to protect them from. The battle that followed tested every skill and capability that had been developed through previous encounters, while also demonstrating that even the most sophisticated criminal organizations remained vulnerable to opponents who possessed both the tactical competence necessary for direct confrontation and the moral certainty that came from serving causes greater than personal advancement or survival. The letters discovered among the possessions of these defeated agents provided the most comprehensive intelligence yet obtained regarding the conspiracy's ultimate leadership and their plans for the final phases of their campaign against regional stability, revealing that the individual known as Saravok had assumed control over the organization's activities, while also confirming that his authority extended far beyond the commercial enterprises that had served as cover for their more destructive activities. The correspondence revealed plans for political manipulation and institutional control that went beyond economic warfare to encompass the systematic corruption of governmental authority itself, while references to personal relationships and family connections suggested that the conspiracy's leadership possessed knowledge and motivations that extended far beyond simple criminal enterprise or commercial advantage. The intelligence pointing toward Candlekeep as the location where final confrontation with the conspiracy's leadership would take place carried both the promise of resolving mysteries that had driven the investigation from its earliest stages and the sobering recognition that return to the site of childhood and innocence would occur under circumstances that would test every lesson learned and every capability developed through the trials that had transformed a sheltered ward into someone capable of confronting cosmic forces and eternal consequences. The journey back to the fortress that had once represented safety and predictability would be undertaken not as refuge from the dangers of the wider world, but as pilgrimage toward destiny that could no longer be avoided or delayed through appeals to innocence or claims of unworthiness for the payer, responsibilities that divine heritage had imposed regardless of personal desires or conscious choices regarding involvement in conflicts that transcended mortal understanding. The book that Duke Eltan provided as payment for services rendered to the city's security carried value that extended far beyond its worth as rare manuscript or scholarly resource, serving instead as the key that would unlock access to institutions and individuals whose cooperation would be essential for the final confrontation with enemies whose power and influence had been gradually revealed through each phase of the investigation's progress toward ultimate truth. The tome represented both the culmination of scholarly achievement and the beginning of education that would extend far beyond anything that conventional study or peaceful contemplation could provide. Its pages containing knowledge that had been preserved through centuries of careful stewardship, yet which remained incomplete without the direct experience of cosmic forces and eternal principles that could only be gained through willing participation in conflicts that determined the fate of consciousness itself across multiple planes of existence. The preparations required for the journey back to Candlekeep involved not merely the gathering of supplies and equipment necessary for travel through dangerous territories, but also the psychological and spiritual readiness required for confronting truths that had been carefully concealed throughout 20 years of sheltered existence within the fortress's protective walls. The investigation that had begun with simple curiosity about mining problems had gradually revealed connections and implications that extended far beyond regional concerns to encompass questions about the nature of identity, the meaning of heritage, and the responsibilities that divine blood imposed upon those who carried such legacy, regardless of their understanding or acceptance of its implications for their role in cosmic conflicts that determined the balance between order and posme, chaos throughout the known universe. The evidence gathered from multiple sources had painted a clear picture of systematic corruption and organized evil that operated through the perversion of legitimate institutions and the manipulation of political and commercial relationships. Yet the personal dimension of the conflict remained shrouded in mystery that could only be resolved through direct confrontation with forces whose knowledge of family history and inherited destiny exceeded anything that formal education or casual investigation could provide. The return to Candlekeep represented both the completion of a circle that had begun with hasty departure from childhood innocence and the beginning of challenges that would test whether the lessons learned through adversity had prepared consciousness for responsibilities that extended far beyond individual survival or personal advancement to encompass the welfare of countless souls whose fate would be determined by choices made in the crucible of ultimate confrontation between competing visions of what power should accomplish and how authority should be exercised in service of eternal principles. The city of Baldur's Gate, as it receded into the distance during the journey toward this final destination, represented both the complexity of civilized society and the fragility of institutions that depended upon the integrity of individuals whose commitment to justice and truth provided the only real protection against forces that sought to transform order into oppression and progress into systematic exploitation of those too weak to resist the corruption of power by those who possessed the resources and sophistication necessary to manipulate legal and commercial systems for purposes that violated every principle upon which civilized existence depended. The investigation that had revealed the scope and methods of the conspiracy had also demonstrated the possibility that evil could be confronted and defeated by those who possessed sufficient courage and wisdom to see beyond immediate concerns to the larger patterns that connected individual choices with cosmic consequences and eternal significance. The journey back toward the ancient fortress of Candlekeep carried with it both the weight of accumulated knowledge about the conspiracy's scope and the bitter understanding that the sanctuary which had represented safety and innocence for 20 years would now serve as the stage for confrontations that would test every principle learned and every capability developed through the trials that had transformed a sheltered ward into someone capable of standing against forces whose corruption extended to the very heart of civilized institutions. The road that led northward from Baldur's Gate bore evidence of the mounting crisis that had spread throughout the region like a plague of despair and uncertainty, with abandoned settlements and scorched trading posts, speaking to the effectiveness of systematic campaigns designed to destroy the economic foundations upon which peaceful communities depended for their survival and prosperity. The rare book that Duke Eltan had provided as both reward for services rendered and key to accessing the scholarly sanctuary represented far more than simple payment or practical tool, serving instead as a symbol of the transformation that had occurred during the investigation's progression from simple curiosity about mining problems to cosmic confrontation with forces whose activities threatened not merely regional stability, but the fundamental principles upon which consciousness and free will depended across multiple planes of existence. The tome's weight in traveling packs served as constant reminder that return to childhood's haven would occur under circumstances that no amount of scholarly preparation could have anticipated or adequately prepared one to face, with confidence in predetermined outcomes or certainty about moral choices that would determine the fate of countless innocent souls. The approach to Candlekeep's familiar walls revealed subtle changes that spoke to the mounting tensions and external pressures that had begun to affect even the most protected sanctuaries during periods when the boundaries between order and chaos became increasingly permeable under assault, from forces that recognized no limitations imposed by traditional concepts of neutrality or scholarly detachment from worldly concerns. The guards who maintained watch over the fortress's legendary isolation displayed the heightened vigilance of those who had learned that even the most sacred institutions could become targets for enemies whose methods encompassed corruption and infiltration as well as direct violence, while their obvious relief at encountering visitors who could provide legitimate reasons for seeking entry suggested that such encounters had become increasingly rare as the regional crisis deepened. The presentation of the precious manuscript that served as admission fee to the Citadel's collections and conferences carried with it both the satisfaction of fulfilling requirements that had governed access to this sanctuary for countless generations, and the sobering recognition that such formalities represented the last vestige of innocence before confronting truths that had been carefully concealed behind 20 years of protective silence and deliberate misdirection. The warden who accepted this offering displayed the ceremonial gravity that marked all interactions between the avowed and those who sought access to their accumulated wisdom, yet his manner suggested awareness that this particular return carried implications that extended far beyond normal scholarly inquiry or research into historical curiosities. The interior of Candlekeep revealed an atmosphere of tension and barely concealed anxiety that contrasted sharply with the peaceful contemplation that had characterized life within these walls during the years of sheltered childhood, its corridors echoing with whispered conversations that ceased abruptly when strangers approached, while the eyes of residents carried expressions that mixed scholarly curiosity with something approaching fear of knowledge that they possessed, but could not safely share with those whose presence might represent either salvation or catastrophe for secrets that had been preserved through centuries of careful stewardship and protective silence. The accounts provided by various inhabitants of the fortress revealed the extent to which the conspiracy's influence had begun to penetrate even the most isolated and protected institutions, with reports of strange visitors and unusual requests for access to specific materials, suggesting that forces which had corrupted commercial and political organizations throughout the region had also set their attention upon repositories of knowledge that might contain information crucial to their ultimate objectives. The descriptions of personality changes and behavioral anomalies among trusted colleagues painted a picture of infiltration methods that had proven effective in other contexts, while also demonstrating the vulnerability of even the most scholarly minds to forms of corruption that operated through deception and manipulation, rather than crude applications of force or intimidation. The search for Gorian's personal effects and the legacy he had left for the ward whose true heritage had been concealed through decades of careful protection led through corridors and chambers that held memories of childhood innocence and scholarly pursuits that seemed to belong to someone else's existence, their familiar sights and sounds now carrying undertones of mystery and hidden significance that transformed every remembered conversation and casual interaction into potential sources of revelation about truths that had shaped every aspect of life within these walls, without ever being directly acknowledged or openly discussed. The key that unlocked access to Gorian's private chambers represented both the culmination of the search for understanding about personal identity and family history, and the beginning of education about cosmic forces and eternal responsibilities that would extend far beyond anything that conventional study or peaceful contemplation could provide. The room that had once served as refuge for a scholar whose knowledge encompassed both academic disciplines and practical applications of mystical principles now stood as monument to sacrifice and dedication that had shaped the course of events across decades of careful planning and patient preparation for confrontations that he had hoped to delay but could never permanently avoid. The letter discovered among these carefully preserved possessions carried within its carefully penned lines revelations that transformed every assumption about identity, heritage, and destiny that had provided foundation for understanding personal role and cosmic significance throughout 20 years of sheltered existence within the fortress's protective embrace. The words that revealed parentage traced to divine sources spoke not merely of biological relationships, but of inherited responsibilities and predetermined conflicts that would determine the fate of consciousness itself across dimensions, whose scope exceeded mortal comprehension, while demanding choices that would affect countless souls whose welfare depended upon decisions made by those who carried the burden of divine blood. The revelation that Baal, Lord of Murder, had foreseen his own death and arranged for the creation of mortal children, whose existence would serve purposes that extended beyond individual survival to encompass the potential restoration of divine power through methods that violated every principle of justice and compassion upon which civilized existence depended, provided explanation for the pursuit and persecution that had transformed peaceful, scholarly life into deadly struggle against forces whose resources and determination had seemed disproportionate to any threat that ordinary mortals might represent to their activities and objectives. The account of Gorian's friendship with the mother, whose identity remained concealed, yet whose fate had been sealed by her involvement with cosmic powers and eternal conflicts, provided glimpse of relationships and sacrifices that had shaped the circumstances of birth and early development, while also demonstrating the extent to which individual choices and personal connections could become entangled with forces whose scope and significance transcended any single lifetime or mortal perspective on meaning and purpose. The specific identification of Sarevok as someone whose knowledge of these cosmic relationships and inherited destinies had been gained through scholarly study within Candlekeep itself during earlier periods when his research into ancient prophecies and divine heritage had provided him with information that legitimate authorities had been unable to prevent him from accessing despite their awareness of the potential consequences of such knowledge falling into hands that might employ it for purposes that violated every principle upon which the fortress's mission and methods depended for their moral authority and practical effectiveness. The prophetic dreams that followed this revelation carried imagery and symbolism that spoke to the weight of cosmic heritage and the inevitability of confrontations that would test every aspect of character and capability while determining whether divine legacy would serve creation or destruction. In conflicts that had been building across eons of careful preparation and patient manipulation by forces whose understanding of time and consequence exceeded anything that mortal minds could grasp without losing their essential humanity. In the process of such expanded awareness, the vision of childhood memories filtered through divine perception revealed the extent to which seemingly innocent interactions and casual conversations had been shaped by knowledge and purposes that remained hidden from conscious understanding, yet which influenced every decision and relationship, that had contributed to character development and moral formation during the years of protected growth within the sanctuary's walls. The appearance of Gorian in these dreams carried both comfort and warning, providing reassurance about the love and dedication that had motivated his sacrifice, while also emphasizing the magnitude of challenges that lay ahead and the necessity of maintaining principles and values that transcended immediate survival or personal advancement. The raven, whose presence in the vision symbolized the watching eyes of cosmic powers that took interest in the development and choices of those whose heritage connected them to forces operating on scales that encompassed multiple planes of cosix. Existence served as a reminder that individual actions and decisions carried consequences that extended far beyond immediate circumstances, to influence patterns and relationships whose significance could not be measured according to mortal standards of importance or value. The reflection that revealed eyes like those of the bird suggested transformation and awakening that could not be reversed through appeals to innocence or desires to return to simpler times when cosmic responsibilities remained hidden behind protective silence and scholarly routine. The exploration of Candlekeep's familiar yet somehow transformed corridors and chambers revealed evidence of the conspiracy's presence within the fortress itself, with subtle signs of infiltration and corruption that had been carefully concealed behind facades of normal scholarly activity and routine administrative functions. The conversations with residents who spoke of colleagues whose behavior had changed in ways that suggested external influence or control provided confirmation that even the most protected institutions remained vulnerable to enemies whose methods encompassed deception and manipulation, as well as direct assault against physical defenses that had been designed to repel conventional military attacks, rather than the more insidious forms of corruption that could transform trusted allies into unwitting agents of hostile forces. The encounter with the figure who presented himself as Kobold, offering gifts that supposedly belonged to Gorian, yet which carried with them implications and dangers that careful observation and growing wisdom suggested might represent traps designed to test resolve and moral clarity rather than genuine gestures of respect or remembrance, provided the first direct evidence that the conspiracy's agents had established themselves within the fortress's walls and were actively working to influence events according to plans that had been carefully coordinated with larger patterns of manipulation and control that extended throughout the region. The detailed knowledge that this mysterious figure displayed regarding the circumstances of Gorian's death and the specific events that had transformed peaceful departure from scholarly sanctuary into violent confrontation with forces, whose identity and motivations remained largely mysterious, suggested access to information that could only have been obtained through direct involvement in those tragic events or through connections with those who had orchestrated the ambush and assassination that had claimed the life of one of the fortress's most respected and beloved residents. The decision regarding whether to accept or reject the offered ring represented both a test of judgment and wisdom that had been developed through trials and confrontations during the investigation's progression, and a choice about fundamental approaches to dealing with enemies whose methods relied upon deception and manipulation rather than open hostility and straightforward applications of violence. The rejection of gifts that carried suspicious circumstances demonstrated growing understanding of the subtle ways in which corruption could be introduced into environments and relationships that appeared safe and trustworthy, while also indicating development of instincts and perceptions that could recognize danger even when it approached wearing masks of friendship and concern. The discovery of Realtor and his business associates conducting their clandestine meeting within the fortress's walls provided concrete evidence of the extent to which the conspiracy had succeeded in penetrating even the most protected and carefully monitored institutions, their presence representing both violation of the sanctuary's traditional neutrality and demonstration of the resources and connections that had enabled them to gain access to locations that should have remained beyond the reach of any outside influence or control. The nature of their discussions and the documents they carried revealed the scope of their activities, while also confirming suspicions about the relationships between different aspects of the campaign that had brought economic devastation and political instability to the entire Sword Coast region. The arrest that followed discovery of these infiltrators, whether they had been eliminated through direct action or simply exposed through careful investigation and observation, represented both victory against immediate threats and the beginning of consequences that would test every aspect of character and reputation that had been developed through years of service to causes greater than personal advancement or individual survival. The charges that were brought by fortress authorities reflected both the seriousness with which they viewed violations of their traditional neutrality and the extent to which they had been deceived about the true nature of events that had unfolded within their supposedly secure walls. The imprisonment that followed these accusations provided opportunity for reflection and contemplation about the nature of justice and the ways in which good intentions could be perverted into instruments of persecution when those in positions of authority lacked complete information about the circumstances they were attempting to judge, according to principles that might prove inadequate for addressing situations that operated according to rules and motivations that extended far beyond normal human experience and conventional moral categories. The intervention of Tethtoriel, the mage whose loyalty to Gorian's memory and understanding of the larger forces at work in the current crisis enabled him to recognize the injustice of the charges that had been brought and to provide assistance that made escape possible, demonstrated that not all of those in positions of authority within the fortress had been deceived by the conspiracy's carefully crafted deceptions and misdirection. His knowledge of secret passages and hidden routes that could provide access to areas beyond the normal reach of fortress security reflected both the depth of his understanding about Candlekeep's physical structure and his commitment to ensuring that truth and justice would prevail over the forces of corruption and systematic deception that had violated the sanctuary's traditional integrity. The revelation that the figure who had presented himself as Kovarus was in fact Saravok, whose name spelled in reverse provided both crude wordplay and deeper symbolism about the inverted nature of values and objectives that characterized his approach to cosmic heritage and divine legacy, confirmed suspicions about the conspiracy's methods while also providing crucial intelligence about the identity and capabilities of the ultimate architect of the regional crisis. The discovery that he had been present within the fortress during the period when official communications had indicated his absence elsewhere demonstrated both the sophistication of his deception and the extent of resources he commanded in pursuit of objectives that remained mysterious despite mounting evidence of their devastating effectiveness. The catacombs that provided the route for escaping from unjust imprisonment carried within their ancient passages both the accumulated wisdom of ages and the accumulated shadows of fears and failures that had marked every generation's struggle against forces that sought to corrupt knowledge and pervert learning into instruments of oppression and control. The encounters with figures from childhood memory, whose true nature was revealed to be artificial and hostile, provided both test of perception and resolve, and demonstration of the extent to which the conspiracy was willing to employ psychological warfare and emotional manipulation in pursuit of objectives that could not be achieved through straightforward applications of violence or intimidation. The doppelgangers who wore the faces of trusted friends and beloved mentors represented both the conspiracy's understanding of psychological vulnerabilities and their commitment to methods that violated fundamental principles regarding identity, relationships, and the integrity of memories that provided foundation for personal growth and moral development. The battles against these false versions of cherished figures from the past required not merely tactical skill and magical capability, but also emotional strength and moral clarity that could distinguish between genuine connections and artificial simulations designed to exploit affection and trust for purposes that served only destruction and chaos. The encounter with the false Gorian, whose appearance should have provided comfort and guidance, yet whose words and manner revealed the hollowness that characterized all attempts to recreate, through artificial means, the love and wisdom that could only emerge from genuine relationships and shared experiences, provided both painful reminder of loss and demonstration of the impossibility of replacing through deception and manipulation the authentic connections that gave meaning and purpose to existence within communities built upon mutual respect and shared commitment to principles greater than individual advancement or survival. The cave system that lay beyond the catacombs represented both escape from immediate dangers and entry into territories that were controlled by forces whose allegiance to the conspiracy had been purchased through methods that combined bribery and intimidation with appeals to greed and ambition that had proven effective in corrupting individuals whose moral development had been inadequate to resist temptations that offered immediate benefits at the cost of long-term consequences for both personal integrity and collective welfare. The discovery of Pratt and his associates in these underground passages provided crucial intelligence about Saravok's ultimate objectives and the methods he had employed to achieve them, their presence confirming that the conspiracy's reach extended far beyond the fortress's walls to encompass networks of agents and allies whose coordination had enabled the systematic implementation of plans that required resources and capabilities far exceeding what any single individual or organization could command without extensive preparation and substantial investment in infrastructure and personnel. The letter found among Pratt's possessions revealed the true scope of Saravok's betrayal and the extent to which he had been willing to sacrifice family relationships and inherited obligations in pursuit of power and authority that transcended normal mortal limitations and concerns. His murder of Realtor, representing both patricide and symbolic rejection of all connections to humanity and compassion that might have served as restraints upon his ambition to achieve divine status through methods that violated every principle upon which civilized existence and moral development depended for their foundation and ultimate justification. The revelation that the conspiracy's ultimate objective involved not merely economic manipulation or political control, but the systematic elimination of other potential heirs to divine legacy, demonstrated both the personal nature of the threat that had been pursuing the investigations, protagonists since their departure from Candlekeep, and the cosmic scope of conflicts that would determine whether divine power would serve creation or destruction in struggles that encompassed multiple planes of existence and affected the fate of consciousness itself across dimensions whose significance exceeded anything that mortal minds could fully comprehend without losing their essential humanity in the process. The intelligence gathered from these sources pointed clearly toward Baldur's Gate as the location where final confrontation with Sarevok would take place. Yet it also provided warnings about the extent to which he had succeeded in establishing control over legitimate political institutions and commercial organizations that would serve as both weapons and shields in battles that would determine not merely individual survival, but the future of divine heritage and its role in shaping the balance between order and chaos throughout the known universe and beyond. The escape from the cave system that had served as both prison and revelation chamber carried with it both relief at avoiding immediate capture and renewed understanding of the magnitude of challenges that lay ahead in confronting enemies, whose resources and capabilities had been systematically underestimated throughout every previous phase of the investigation into the forces responsible for bringing suffering and chaos to innocent communities throughout the region. The emergence into daylight provided both literal and symbolic transition from the darkness of deception and hidden corruption to the clarity that would be required for facing ultimate tests of character and capability in struggles that would determine the fate of divine legacy and its influence upon cosmic conflicts whose resolution would affect countless souls across multiple planes of existence. The return journey toward Baldur's Gate carried with it the weight of accumulated knowledge about family relationships and inherited responsibilities that transformed every aspect of personal identity and cosmic purpose, while also providing motivation for ensuring that such knowledge would be employed in service of justice and protection rather than personal advancement or revenge against those whose actions had caused suffering and loss throughout the investigation's progression, from innocent curiosity to cosmic confrontation with forces that threatened the fundamental principles upon which consciousness and free will depended for their meaning and ultimate significance. The road that led back toward the great city bore evidence of the mounting crisis that had continued to spread during the period of investigation and revelation within Candlekeep's walls, with increased military patrols and defensive preparations, speaking to the extent to which legitimate authorities had begun to recognize the scope and seriousness of threats that operated through corruption of political institutions and commercial organizations rather than conventional military assault against physical targets that could be defended through normal strategic and tactical methods. The approach to Baldur's Gate under these changed circumstances required careful consideration of both immediate tactical challenges posed by authorities who might view returning investigators as threats to public order, and longer-term strategic objectives that encompassed the exposure and defeat of corruption that had penetrated to the very heart of the city's political and commercial establishments. The transformation from celebrated heroes who had contributed to regional security into fugitives suspected of serious crimes represented both the effectiveness of Sarevok's methods and the extent to which he had succeeded in manipulating legitimate institutions to serve his ultimate objectives while maintaining the appearance of proper legal and administrative procedures. The recognition that confronting Sarevok would require not merely tactical skill and magical capability, but also political sophistication and moral authority that could inspire others to risk their own safety and reputation in service of causes whose ultimate significance might remain hidden until the final resolution of conflicts that had been building across decades of careful preparation and patient manipulation by forces whose understanding of time and consequence exceeded anything that normal mortal perspectives could encompass or adequately prepare for through conventional forms of education and training. The weight of divine heritage and the responsibilities it imposed, regardless of personal desires or conscious choices about involvement in cosmic conflicts, served as constant reminder that individual actions and decisions carried consequences that extended far beyond immediate circumstances to influence patterns and relationships whose scope encompassed the fate of consciousness itself across multiple dimensions and planes of existence, where the struggle between order and chaos would continue until ultimate resolution determined whether creation or destruction would define the fundamental nature of reality throughout all possible worlds and futures. The return to Baldur's Gate under circumstances that had transformed celebrated heroes into hunted fugitives represented both the culmination of Sarevok's carefully orchestrated campaign of deception and manipulation and the Baldur's Gate beginning of the final phase in a conflict that would determine not merely individual survival, but the ultimate fate of divine heritage and its role in shaping the cosmic balance between order and chaos across multiple planes of existence. The city that had once welcomed investigators as allies in the struggle against regional instability now presented barriers and dangers that extended far beyond the normal challenges of urban politics to encompass systematic corruption of every institution that should have provided protection and support for those who served causes greater than personal advancement or material gain. The charges of murder that had been fabricated through Sarevok's manipulation of evidence and witness testimony represented both the sophistication of his methods and the extent to which he had succeeded in establishing control over legitimate legal and administrative processes, transforming systems designed to protect innocent citizens into weapons that could be employed against anyone whose activities threatened his ultimate objectives. The specific targeting of those who had uncovered the truth about the conspiracy's scope and methods demonstrated both personal vindictiveness and strategic calculation, eliminating opponents while simultaneously discrediting their discoveries and revelations through association with criminal accusations that would prevent their intelligence from being taken seriously by authorities who might otherwise have acted to prevent the catastrophe that Sarevok's ascension to power would represent for the entire region and beyond. The Flaming Fist mercenaries who enforced these false accusations displayed the confusion and moral conflict that characterized honest soldiers who found themselves serving purposes they could not fully understand while following orders that violated their instinctive sense of justice and fairness, their obvious discomfort with the situation providing both hope that not all legitimate authorities had been completely corrupted and evidence that Sarevok's control over key institutions remained dependent upon deception and misdirection rather than genuine loyalty and willing cooperation from those whose dedication to law and order had been manipulated to serve ends that contradicted everything they believed themselves to be protecting. The mock trial conducted by Angelo, the figure who had assumed control of the Flaming Fist following Scar's assassination, revealed both the extent to which key positions had been filled with individuals whose loyalty to Sarevok exceeded their commitment to justice and the methods employed to maintain the appearance of legal procedure while ensuring predetermined outcomes that served the conspiracy's larger objectives. The proceedings followed forms that would have satisfied casual observers, yet which violated every principle upon which legitimate judicial authority depended for its moral foundation and practical effectiveness, demonstrating the ease with which institutional frameworks could be perverted to serve purposes that contradicted their original design and ultimate justification. The prison that awaited those who had been condemned through these corrupted legal processes represented both immediate danger and opportunity for escape. Its security measures designed to contain common criminals rather than individuals whose capabilities and determination had been honed through confrontation with forces whose resources and sophistication exceeded anything that normal law enforcement was equipped to handle effectively. The other prisoners encountered within these walls provided both assistance and intelligence about conditions throughout the city, their accounts revealing the extent to which Saravok's rise to power had been accompanied by systematic elimination of potential opposition and the installation of supporters whose loyalty had been purchased through methods that combined bribery and intimidation with appeals to ambition and greed that had proven effective in corrupting individuals whose moral development had been inadequate to resist such temptations. The escape from unjust imprisonment required both tactical skill and moral restraint, as the methods employed to regain freedom would influence the reputation and credibility that would be essential for gathering support during the final confrontation with forces whose power extended far beyond individual capability to counter through direct action alone. The choice between violence that would ensure immediate success but compromise long-term objectives and more subtle approaches that preserved moral authority while accepting greater risks demonstrated the ongoing tension between expedience and principle that had characterized every significant decision faced throughout the investigation's progression from regional concerns to cosmic confrontation. The changed atmosphere within Baldur's Gate revealed the extent to which Saravok's influence had begun to transform the character and culture of a city that had once represented the pinnacle of civilized achievement and commercial prosperity, its streets now echoing with whispers and fears that spoke to the psychological pressure created by systematic campaigns of intimidation and control. The merchants and craftsmen, who had formed the foundation of urban prosperity, displayed the nervous caution of those who had learned that expressing the wrong opinions or asking inconvenient questions could result in consequences that extended far beyond commercial disadvantage to encompass personal safety and family welfare. The investigation of the circumstances surrounding Duke Eltan's mysterious illness provided the first concrete evidence of the methods employed to eliminate opposition within the highest levels of legitimate government. The poison that had reduced one of the city's most capable and principled leaders to helpless invalidity, demonstrating both the sophistication of Saravok's resources and his willingness to employ any means necessary to clear obstacles from his path toward ultimate power. The healer whose ministrations had worsened rather than improved the Duke's condition revealed herself to be another doppelganger, confirming that the conspiracy's infiltration methods had been employed at every level of society, where their detection might have prevented the systematic corruption of institutions that should have provided protection against precisely such threats. The rescue of Duke Eltan and his transportation to secure locations where loyal allies could provide genuine medical care represented both humanitarian necessity and strategic calculation, as his recovery would provide crucial testimony about the conspiracy's methods while also restoring to active service someone whose authority and moral credibility could rally opposition to Saravok's increasingly bold attempts to establish complete control over the city's political and military establishments. The Duke's obvious gratitude for assistance that had literally saved his life provided assurance that not all positions of authority had been compromised, while his detailed knowledge of political relationships and hidden loyalties offered hope that resistance to systematic corruption might prove more effective than initial appearances had suggested. The intelligence gathered from multiple sources painted a comprehensive picture of Saravok's final preparations for assuming legitimate governmental authority through manipulation of legal procedures and elimination of potential opposition, his plans encompassing not merely local control, but regional influence that would enable him to pursue objectives that extended far beyond normal political ambition, to encompass cosmic consequences whose scope exceeded anything that mortal minds could fully comprehend, without losing their essential humanity in the process of such expanded awareness. The systematic nature of his approach revealed both the patience that had characterized his long-term planning and the ruthlessness that marked his willingness to sacrifice anyone whose continued existence posed even minimal threats to his ultimate success. The return to the Iron Throne Tower under these changed circumstances required navigation of security measures and surveillance systems that had been enhanced to reflect the organization's new role as the primary instrument through which Sarevok would exercise control over the city's commercial and economic relationships, transforming legitimate business enterprises into tools for advancing objectives that had nothing to do with honest commerce or mutual prosperity. The personnel encountered during this investigation displayed varying degrees of awareness regarding the true nature of their employers' activities, some genuinely believing themselves to be engaged in normal corporate restructuring, while others clearly understood that their continued employment depended upon willingness to participate in activities that violated every principle upon which civilized business relationships depended for their moral foundation and practical effectiveness. The discovery of Sithandria within the tower's upper levels provided both opportunity to gather crucial intelligence about Sarevok's immediate plans and evidence of the personal relationships that had enabled his rise to power through methods that combined genuine charisma and intellectual capability with systematic manipulation of emotions and loyalties that should have been directed toward causes greater than individual advancement or material gain. Her obvious devotion to someone whose objectives would ultimately destroy everything she claimed to value demonstrated both the seductive nature of power divorced from moral restraint and the tragic waste that resulted when genuine capabilities were employed in service of purposes that violated fundamental principles regarding the proper relationship between authority and responsibility. The letters discovered among her possessions confirm the scope and timeline of Sarevok's final preparations, while also revealing the specific methods that would be employed to eliminate remaining opposition within the city's governmental structure. The assassination plans targeting Grand Dukes, whose continued existence posed obstacles to complete control over legitimate political institutions. The documentation of these schemes provided both evidence that could be presented to authorities who remained loyal to constitutional government and intelligence about security arrangements and timing that would be essential for preventing the systematic elimination of everyone whose moral authority might serve as a focal point for resistance to systematic corruption and institutional perversion. The diary that contained Sarevok's personal reflections and strategic calculations revealed both the depth of his understanding about cosmic forces and inherited responsibilities, and the extent to which such knowledge had been corrupted by ambition and resentment that transformed divine heritage from blessing into curse, potential for service into instruments of domination and control. His awareness of the family relationships that connected him to other potential heirs to divine legacy had not generated compassion or desire for cooperation, but rather strategic analysis of threats that must be eliminated and resources that could be exploited in pursuit of objectives whose achievement would require the sacrifice of anyone whose continued existence might provide alternatives to his vision of proper authority and appropriate uses of power. The references to divine ascension and the methods required to achieve such transformation provided crucial intelligence about the ultimate stakes involved in the confrontation that could no longer be avoided or delayed through appeals to kinship or shared heritage. The cosmic implications of Sarevok's success extending far beyond regional concerns to encompass the fundamental nature of divine power and its relationship to mortal consciousness. Across multiple planes of existence where the struggle between creation and destruction would continue until ultimate resolution determined the character and purpose of reality itself throughout all possible worlds and futures. The evidence gathered from these multiple sources pointed clearly toward the Ducal Palace as the location where final confrontation would take place during ceremonies designed to provide legal and ceremonial legitimacy for Sarevok's assumption of supreme authority within the city's governmental structure, the irony of his ascension through democratic institutions that he intended to destroy once they had served his purposes, demonstrating both the sophistication of his long-term planning and the contempt he felt for principles that he regarded as obstacles to efficient exercise of necessary power, rather than fundamental requirements for legitimate authority and moral governance. The preparations required for this ultimate confrontation encompassed not merely tactical planning and resource gathering, but also psychological and spiritual readiness for facing truths about family relationships and inherited obligations that would test every aspect of character and moral development, while determining whether divine heritage would serve creation or destruction in conflicts that transcended individual concerns to encompass the welfare of countless souls whose fate would be influenced by decisions made in the raid. Crucible of ultimate choice between competing visions of what power should accomplish and how authority should be exercised in service of eternal principles. The Undercellar investigation that preceded the final confrontation provided both crucial evidence about assassination plans and opportunity to gather intelligence about the specific methods that Sarevok had employed to eliminate potential opposition while maintaining the appearance of legal procedure and proper governmental function. The assassins discovered in these hidden locations bore documents that confirmed the systematic nature of their employer's campaign against legitimate authority, while also revealing security arrangements and timing that would be essential for preventing the complete corruption of constitutional government through violence masquerading as legal transition of power. The shadow thieves whose assistance could be enlisted for the final confrontation represented both potential allies, whose capabilities complemented those already available to legitimate resistance, and evidence that Sarevok's systematic elimination of opposition had created opportunities for cooperation between forces that would normally regard each other with suspicion and distrust. Their willingness to provide aid against someone whose success would threaten their own interests demonstrated both the scope of the threat that his ascension would represent and the possibility that even criminal organizations possessed principles and limitations that prevented them from supporting systematic corruption of the fundamental institutions upon which civilized society depended for its basic structure and operational effectiveness. The Ducal Palace that served as the stage for Sarevok's final attempt to achieve legitimate governmental authority through manipulation of legal procedures and systematic elimination of opposition represented both the culmination of his carefully orchestrated campaign and the beginning of confrontation that would determine not merely individual survival but the ultimate fate of divine heritage and its role in shaping cosmic conflicts whose resolution would affect the nature of reality itself across multiple dimensions and planes of existence where consciousness struggled to maintain meaning and purpose against forces that sought to reduce all awareness to instruments of domination and control. The invitation that provided access to these crucial ceremonies had been obtained through methods that demonstrated both the sophistication of intelligence gathering and the extent to which Sarevok's security arrangements had been designed to prevent interference from opponents whose capabilities and determination had been systematically underestimated throughout every previous phase of their investigation into the conspiracy's scope and methods. The presentation of credentials that would satisfy casual inspection, while concealing true identity and intentions, required both tactical skill and moral flexibility that tested commitment to principles that might prove inadequate for addressing situations that operated according to rules, and motivations extending far beyond normal human experience and conventional ethical categories. The atmosphere within the palace during these final ceremonies revealed both the extent to which legitimate governmental institutions had been penetrated by forces whose loyalty to constitutional principles had been compromised through methods combining bribery and intimidation with appeals to ambition and fear, and the residual strength of democratic traditions that continued to influence behavior even among those whose commitment to such principles had been weakened by systematic pressure and corrupting influences. The nobles and officials who attended these proceedings displayed the complex mixture of genuine patriotism and personal calculation that characterized political environments where individual survival depended upon accurate assessment of shifting power, relationships, and careful management of competing loyalties and obligations. Sarevok's presentation during these ceremonies demonstrated both his genuine charismatic capability and intellectual sophistication, and the extent to which such gifts had been corrupted by ambition that recognized no limitations, imposed by moral principle or constitutional restraint. His speeches combining legitimate concerns about regional security with systematic distortion of facts and manipulation of emotions that transformed genuine patriotism into instruments for advancing objectives that violated every principle upon which legitimate governmental authority depended for its moral foundation and practical effectiveness. The response from those in attendance revealed both the seductive power of arguments that appeared to offer simple solutions to complex problems and the dangerous willingness of desperate people to surrender fundamental rights and freedoms in exchange for promises of security and stability that could never be fulfilled through methods that destroyed the very foundations upon which such benefits depended for their existence and continuation. The assassination attempt that Sarevok orchestrated against the remaining Grand Dukes represented both the culmination of his systematic campaign to eliminate all potential opposition and the moment when his true nature and ultimate objectives could no longer be concealed behind facades of legal procedure and patriotic concern. The violence that erupted during what should have been peaceful governmental transition, revealing the extent to which constitutional institutions had been corrupted and perverted to serve purposes that contradicted their original design and ultimate justification. The doppelgangers who revealed themselves during this attack confirmed that infiltration methods had been employed at every level of society where detection might have prevented the systematic subversion of democratic processes and legitimate authority. The battle that followed this revelation tested every skill and capability that had been developed through confrontation with forces whose resources and sophistication had gradually increased throughout each phase of the investigation. Yet it also demonstrated that even the most carefully planned schemes remained vulnerable to opponents who possessed both tactical competence and moral conviction that enabled them to recognize and respond to threats that operated through the summed deception and manipulation rather than straightforward applications of violence or intimidation. The protection of legitimate governmental authority through direct action that prevented the complete corruption of constitutional institutions represented both immediate tactical necessity and symbolic affirmation of principles that transcended individual survival to encompass the welfare of countless citizens whose freedom and prosperity depended upon the continued existence of democratic processes and legitimate authority. The evidence presented during the aftermath of this failed assassination demonstrated both the scope of Saravok's criminal activities and the sophistication of methods that had enabled him to maintain the appearance of legitimate business and political activity while systematically undermining the foundations of civilized society through corruption of every institution that should have provided protection against precisely such threats. The letters and documentation that confirmed his responsibility for economic warfare, political assassination, and systematic violation of every principle upon which legitimate authority depended, provided both legal justification for his arrest and moral validation for those who had risked their lives to expose truths that conventional investigation methods could never have uncovered through normal procedures and institutional channels. The pursuit that led from the ducal palace through the city's underworld to the thieves' guild and finally to the temple complex where final confrontation would take place represented both literal journey through urban geography and symbolic progression toward ultimate resolution of conflicts that had been building across decades of careful preparation and systematic manipulation by forces whose understanding of time and consequence exceeded anything that normal mortal perspectives could encompass or adequately prepare for through conventional education and training. Each stage of this chase revealed additional aspects of Saravok's resources and preparation, while also demonstrating the extent to which his influence had penetrated every level of society where his detection and opposition might have prevented the systematic corruption of institutions that form the foundation of civilized existence and democratic governance. The maze that guarded approach to the final confrontation represented both practical obstacle designed to delay and confuse pursuers and symbolic representation of the complex moral and philosophical questions that would be resolved through ultimate choice between competing visions of what divine heritage should accomplish and how inherited power should be exercised in service of eternal principles that transcended individual concerns to encompass the welfare of consciousness itself across multiple dimensions where the struggle between order and chaos would continue until final resolution determined the fundamental nature of reality throughout all possible worlds and futures. The encounter with Winsky within these underground passages provided crucial intelligence about Saravok's ultimate objectives, while also revealing the extent to which his ambitions encompassed not merely regional control or political dominance, but cosmic transformation that would elevate him to divine status through methods that violated every principle upon which legitimate authority and moral governance depended for their foundation and effectiveness. The description of plans to achieve godhood through systematic provocation of warfare and mass destruction demonstrated both the scope of his vision and the utter disregard for human life and suffering that characterized someone whose pursuit of power had completely severed all connections to compassion and moral restraint. The revelation that the coming conflict between Baldur's Gate and the nation of Am had been deliberately orchestrated to create conditions for divine ascension through the mass death and suffering that such warfare would inevitably produce provided both explanation for the regional crisis that had motivated the initial investigation and horrifying glimpse of the ultimate stakes involved in confronting someone whose ambitions operated on scales that encompassed the sacrifice of entire populations in service of personal objectives that violated every principle upon which civilized existence and moral development depended for their meaning and ultimate justification. The Temple of Baal that served as the location for this final confrontation represented both the culmination of the investigation's progression from regional concerns to cosmic implications, and the symbolic center of conflicts that would determine whether divine heritage would serve creation or destruction in struggles that affected the fundamental nature of consciousness and free will across multiple planes of existence, where eternal principles competed for dominance over temporal manifestations of power and authority. The architecture and atmosphere of this sacred space reflected both the ancient origins of divine legacy and the corruption that had transformed potential for service into instruments of domination and control. The confrontation with Sarevok within this temple setting provided both resolution of personal conflicts that had shaped the investigation's emotional dimension and ultimate test of principles and capabilities that had been developed through trials that tested every aspect of character, while revealing truths about family relationships and inherited obligations that connected individual choices to cosmic consequences, extending far beyond mortal comprehension or conventional understanding of cause and effect relationships. The battle that ensued demonstrated both the extent of his power and the limitations that even divine heritage faced when divorced from moral principle and employed in service of objectives that violated fundamental laws governing the Pumpli, proper relationship between authority and responsibility. The victory that emerged from this final confrontation represented both personal triumph over forces that had claimed the life of beloved mentor and cosmic affirmation that divine heritage could serve creation rather than destruction when, guided by principles that honored the fundamental dignity of consciousness and the sacred nature of free will as expressions of eternal truths that transcended individual concerns to encompass the welfare of all beings whose existence contributed to the magnificent complexity and infinite potential of reality itself across all possible dimensions and planes, where awareness struggled to understand its own nature and ultimate purpose in service of causes greater than temporary manifestations of power and temporal exercises of authority over mortal institutions and worldly relationships. Thus concludes our journey through the shadows and light of the Sword Coast, from the sheltered halls of Candlekeep to the blood-soaked stones of Bahal's temple, where destiny carved itself into legend through choices that echoed across dimensions beyond mortal ken. In the defeat of Sarevok, we witness not merely triumph over personal enemy, but the eternal truth that divine heritage serves creation when guided by wisdom, compassion, serving as the crucible that transforms inherited power from curse into blessing for all who dwell beneath the turning stars. The vision of countless Baalspawn statues stretching into infinity reminds us that this victory, however complete, the marks but the beginning of a larger tapestry, where each thread of choice weaves patterns of consequence that span the breadth of existence itself. From orphaned ward to hero of legend, from innocent scholar to bearer of cosmic responsibility, the transformation achieved through trial and revelation demonstrates that greatness emerges not from bloodline alone, but from the courage to serve causes greater than the self, to protect the innocent regardless of cost, to choose light over darkness when the very fabric of reality hangs in the balance between competing visions of what power should accomplish in service of eternal principles that honor consciousness and cherish the sacred gift of free will. Rest now, child of destiny, knowing that even in dreams the eternal struggle continues, and may your slumber be as peaceful as dawn breaking over lands restored to hope.